Welcher. You start trying any smart stuff about backing out of that contract, and you're going to find yourself in trouble right up to that fat head of yours. You understand? Here's a turn.
I know.
Hey, stop in here at Gus's. I'll buy you some gas.
Oh, do you think you can afford it? I've got a full tank.
No, don't start getting nasty.
Gordon, that contract.
I said forget it. Well, let's see. 4 minutes to 10. We're right on time. There's the cutoff.
Will you quit that timing routine? What cutoff?
Oh, it's the old road from town. Cuts off a little distance, but nobody uses it anymore. Now they get the highway. Come on in.
No, thanks.
Come on in. Got some endorsements I want you to sign. Besides, you can have a drink to soothe those poor, overworked tonsils of yours.
That isn't very funny.
Come on.
Oh, all right.
I guess Diana stayed home tonight.
Hello, Dad. Oh. Hello, Bill.
Hello, Diana.
You have any luck finding a housekeeper today?
No. Guess I have to carry on a while longer.
Well, it's not going to hurt those delicate hands of yours. I got those endorsements in my desk, Randall. Come and take a look at them.
What are you going to do, make me sign them?
What do you mean?
That gun in the drawer.
Oh. No, Glamour boy. I don't think I have to use a gun to handle you. I just keep it because it's a good idea to have one. Living way out here, you know. Well, here they are. Look them over. I'll go fix some drinks.
Oh, I'll fix them, Dad. You stay here.
Nuh-uh. You mix drinks like a Sunday school teacher. I'll fix them. You stay and keep Golden Throat here company.
Well, Diana, you trying to avoid me?
Why, no,
How about proving it, then?
What do you mean? Bill, don't.
What's the matter with wanting a kiss?
Just that that's about all you ever seem to think about anymore.
Well, you know anything better to think about?
You think that just because you're where you are now, you can have anything you want.
Well, seems to work.
You didn't used to be that way, Bill.
I didn't know what the score was.
I remember how you used to be. We used to go for walks after the late floor show and buy popcorn and just talk. And you used to tell me the things you wanted to do.
Oh, kid stuff. I wasn't dry behind the ears.
And now you are?
Oh, let's not dig up that stuff, Diana. How about dinner tomorrow night?
I'm sorry, I'm busy.
Oh, how about the night after?
I'm busy then, too.
Sure you are. You're probably busy the night after that, too. You're always busy now when I want a date. It didn't used to be that way before I signed the contract.
What do you mean?
You know what I mean. Before I signed that contract with your dad, you were very willing to go out with me.
Bill, that had nothing to do with it.
Oh, no, nothing at all. You just used to see me to hear me sing because you liked me. You just told your dad about me out of kindness. And you just talked me into signing with him because you thought he'd do something for me.
That happens to be the truth. I don't think Dad's been fair with you either, and I've told him so.
You expect me to believe that? I'm not that big a dope, even if I was silly enough to think you loved me.
I did, Bill, I did. You were sort of a nice guy in those days. But now, well, you've changed.
You're the one who's changed.
I love you, Bill. But I'd love you a lot more if you signed your soul over to my father.
Bill, don't say things like
Yeah, the truth hurts, doesn't it?
It isn't the truth, and you know it. You've no right to talk like that. You've got that idea in your head, and you won't listen to anything else. You've gotten so bullheaded, so conceited that you just
All
can't
right,
say...
okay. It doesn't matter anymore, I guess. I'm hooked. But listen, Diana. Someday I'm going to get even, understand?
Get out of here!
Remember, someday I'm going to get even.
Well, Bill, that wasn't exactly a tender love scene between you and Diana, was it? Those things she said about you, how you changed, how conceited you were, they didn't set very well, did they? They made you pretty angry. You told her you were hooked. It looks as if you were right. The juicy offers flooding in don't make you feel any better about it either, do they? They just put more pressure on you, make you realize you've got to figure a way out of that contract. Then your throat starts bothering you again. So you go to see your doctor.
I'm afraid I have some bad news for you, Mr. Randall.
Yeah? What is it, Doc?
You've got to quit singing for a while.
Oh. Well, I'll take a week off.
It'll have to be a lot longer than that. You'll have to quit for at least a year.
A year? Oh, I can't do that.
You'd better. If you don't,
If I don't?
your voice won't last another 6 months.
6 months. That's what the doctor said, Bill. 6 months. Then you'll be all washed up, no voice left. And the money you've got won't even pay your debts. You know, you've got to think of something. The pressure's building up, Bill. You've got to find a way to break that contract. The next day you go to see your lawyer. You figure maybe he can help you. And he does, without knowing it. As you sit listening to him, an idea starts coming to you.
No, Bill, I've been over that contract a dozen times. There isn't a loophole in it. It's airtight.
Look, Steve, suppose I try to prove that I didn't realize what I was signing.
No, I'm afraid not. You did know what you were signing, and you could never prove you didn't. You just didn't realize it was going to mean so much money. No, you might as well give up and serve out that 6 years, because as long as he's alive and kicking, he's never going to let you out of it.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, even if Gordon should die, his share would go to his daughter. He's seen to that.
Yeah.
So they're both holding the whip hand over you, Bill, both of them.
Yeah, I'd have to get rid of both of them.
Well, I'm glad you still have a sense of humor.
Yeah. Well, Steve, I'll be running along. Thanks for everything.
I'm sorry I couldn't help you any. Let's get together soon for a little golf, huh?
Okay. So long.
So long, Bill.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got to get rid of both of them.
It was just last Monday on the Whistler that Signal Oil Company first announced new post-war Signal gasoline. Yet in that short week, thousands of Western drivers have made a wonderful discovery. A discovery of thrilling new performance they never dreamed was built into their cars. For new Signal isn't just another gasoline, not just pre-war quality, not just an improvement on old-style gasoline, but an entirely new type super fuel that embodies in one giant stride the amazing advances of wartime chemistry. Yes, new Signal is the new gasoline you can actually prove is superior. Prove it in 4 ways. 1, with quicker starting the moment you touch the button. 2, faster pickup. You actually feel it. 3, higher anti-knock. Just listen to that old motor purr, even on steepest hills. And 4, you'll find you go farther than ever with new Signal, because you'll be shifting less, enjoying more economical high-gear miles. Really now, wouldn't you like to discover just how much fun driving can be? The way to do that, you know, is to drive into one of the friendly stations displaying Signal's familiar yellow and black circle sign and say, "Fill her up with new Signal gasoline." And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Bill Randall, if you want to break that contract with Frank Gordon, you've got to get rid of both him and his daughter, Diana. That's the only way out, isn't it? You've made up your mind to that. But you know you need a plan, Bill, and you need an alibi. Not too much of an alibi, just enough. After your show that night, waiting for your appointment with Gordon, you're thinking about it. The plan is starting to come to you.
You're late?
Look, I'm not in the mood for any cracks.
It wasn't a crack. What's eating you?
Diana.
What's the matter with Diana?
That little dope, I ought to knock some sense into her.
Why, what'd she do?
Oh, I cut down her allowance for running the house and didn't tell us how one of her checks bounced. She got all upset about it and we had a big scene.
So you had a big scene?
Yeah, but it was in front of a lot of people we had at the house. I lost my temper and slapped her. She told me she hated me and went to her room.
In front of all those people? Oh, that's too bad. Well, what'd you want to see me about?
You know what I want to see you about. Those endorsements. You stormed out of the house without signing them.
Yeah, so I did.
Now I've got to come traipsing around to give them to you. Looks like I have to plan everything for everybody. And here they are, little boy. Maybe you can quit pouting long enough to put the famous name on the dotted line. Hurry it up, too. It costing me good money here. Now, get off the dime.
I'm going to sign them. Go on.
It's about time, prima donna. Here.
Well, you almost lost your temper again, didn't you, Bill? You almost said something else. You've got to watch that. But the plan's beginning to take shape in your mind. That scene between Gordon and Diana in front of all those people. You can use that, can't you, Bill? That'll fit in very well. And what was that Gordon said about having to plan everything? Why not let him plan this too, Bill? You start remembering things he's told you, things you can use. It takes 36 minutes to Gordon's house over the highway, remember that? And there's a cutoff. And that gun in his drawer. You can use those things, Bill, all of them. Maybe it'd be a good idea for you to find the shortcut. So one day you drive out that way and locate it. It's a nice, deserted road, and you time the trip. You can go as fast as you want on the shortcut. Fast enough to make it in 18 minutes. 18 from 36 leaves 18, doesn't it, Bill? 18 minutes to kill Gordon and get up to the gas station on the corner so it'll look as if you came over the highway all the way. That's all the alibi you want, isn't it, Bill? Just enough. Now all you need is the right night.
Hello?
Hello, Diana.
Oh. You want to speak to Dad?
No, you.
Look, Bill, I thought we'd settled all that. I don't see why you keep calling up every night for a date. I've told you there's no
But, Diana, I want to see you, to tell you that
told me enough the other night. I don't think there's anything more to say, and I wish you'd stop calling.
Suppose you're busy tonight.
Yes, I am.
Anybody I know?
That's another thing I wish you'd stop asking. It doesn't happen to be any of your business.
No, I just want to know who the lucky guy is.
It isn't a guy. I happen to be going over to Dorothy King's house for the evening. Is that all right with you?
Yeah, sure. Have a good time.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Oh, say, Diana,
Yes.
as long as you won't go out with me, I might as well take care of some business tonight. Would you tell your dad I'll be out around 10 to talk over some things?
I'll tell him.
Thanks, Diana. Bye.
Goodbye.
Dorothy King's, huh? That's 3 miles the other side of Gordon's. Just right. Okay, tonight's the night. That's about all for this broadcast, folks. This is Bill Randall thanking you for listening and asking you to be around same time tomorrow night. Is it a date?
Yes, be with us tomorrow night, same time, same station, for another edition of Songs by Bill Randall. And don't forget, this is National Safety Week. Drive safely and save a life. It may be yours.
This is Bill Randall saying good night.
You ducked the autograph, kids, and you're out of the studio now, hurrying toward your car. You knocked him dead again tonight, didn't you, Bill? But you're not thinking about that now. All you're thinking about is your car waiting for you. And your time schedule for the next 45 minutes. It's all timed, Bill, timed to the minute. And here's your car.
Hi.
Are you Bill Randall?
Yes, officer.
This your car?
Yes, it is. Well, what's the trouble?
I'd like to check your brakes. This is National Safety Week, you know. We're checking cars.
Oh, well, officer, would you mind if I got it down the road away? I've got an appointment in that direction, and I don't want to be late.
Well, I guess okay. Only don't forget to do it. You'll probably be stopped anyway.
Thanks, officer. I'll take care of it.
That gave you a start, didn't it, Bill, seeing that cop standing beside your car? For a single panicky moment, you thought he might know what you're going to do. But he couldn't know that, Bill. He just wanted to tell you it's National Safety Week. That's a laugh, isn't it? It's not exactly going to be National Safety Week for Gordon, is it? But you're late now. He cost you 2 valuable minutes, and you can't afford that. If you're going to stay on schedule, you've got to hurry, Bill. You've got to hurry. You're on the back road now, speeding up. The minutes are sliding by. 10, 11, faster down the back road. 13, 14, your foot's pushing the pedal to the floor. 16, 17, the car's wide open. You're going to make it, Bill. 18, 19, and you're there, around the bend from Gordon's. You're almost on schedule now, Bill, but you've still got to hurry.
Say, what's the... Bill, what's the matter?
Quick, Frank, your gun.
Well, what's the trouble?
Someone's following me.
Following you?
Yeah, quick, give me your gun.
Oh, okay, it's right in here. I'll get it. Here it is. Now, where is he?
Thank you, Frank.
Well, there it is. Don't just stand there, stupid. I thought someone was after you.
No, Gordon. Someone's after you.
Hey, what is this? Put down that gun.
Not just yet, Gordon.
Have you gone crazy? Give me that
Don't
gun.
move. No, Gordon, I haven't gone crazy. I was crazy to sign that contract, but I'm not anymore.
Randall, you're blowing your top.
I'm going to break that contract, Gordon. And I'm going to use your gun to do it.
Don't be a fool. You can't get away with it. They'll find you.
I don't think so, Gordon. They'll be too busy pinning it on someone else.
Well, Randall, say, maybe we better talk a little.
Shut
huh?
up. You've talked enough. I'll get on that phone and call Diana.
Diana, I don't know where she is.
Oh, quit stalling. You know she's a Dorothy Kings. I'll pick up that phone and dial Crescent 2417. Tell her to come home immediately. It's an emergency. And nothing more. You understand?
Okay. Hello? I'd like to talk to Diana, please. This is her father. Now, for the last time, Bill, will you...
Shut up.
Hello, Diana? Listen, baby, come home right away. It's an emergency.
She ought to make it in about 5 minutes, huh?
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, that gives you about 30 seconds more to live.
Now, Randall,
You know,
listen.
Gordon, you used to tell me I couldn't judge time, didn't you? Well, I've gotten better. This is time to the minute.
But, Bill, for pity's
You
sake...
might be interested in knowing just how well it is timed. Diana's going to get here in a few minutes, and a little after that, the cops are going to walk in and find her standing over your dead body. I think they'll jump at the obvious conclusion.
Diana, why? You're not going to drag her
Quite
into
the
this...
fun parent all of a sudden, aren't you? Yes, I'm going to drag her into it. And when the cops hear about that scene between the two of you the other day, and when I show them something I've got in my pocket, I don't think they'll have much trouble establishing a motive for her. Pretty neat, don't you think?
No, Bill, no. Now, listen, please. Let's talk this over, huh? You
Yes,
won't-
Gordon.
Don't, no.
Yes.
No.
You've done it, Bill. There he is, and you're not even nervous. Your plan has worked beautifully so far. It's 20 to 10, Bill. That gives you 5 minutes to make a phone call and get up to the service station on the corner.
Hello, police. This is Frank Gordon at 21 Denning Lane. Come over right away.
You're through now, Bill, except for the fingerprints. Don't forget to wipe them off the gun and phone and door. Now you're ready. Out the door, back to the car. Get it started. Down the back road, turn to the right. Down the side road toward the highway, around the block, and into the service station on the corner. You made it, Bill.
Yes, sir?
5 of the regular.
You betcha. Joe? 5 regular. A little cooler tonight, huh?
What? Oh, yeah, it is.
Hey, mister, did you know your taillight's out?
No, I didn't. I'll have it fixed.
Yeah, but let me do it now. Only takes a minute to put in a new bulb.
Well, I don't know whether I've got time. Got an appointment.
Oh.
What time is it?
Let's see. About 10 minutes of 10.
10 of 10. Oh, well, okay. Put it in.
Hey, just take a minute. I got the bulbs right here. Just laid in a new supply. It's National Safety Week, you know. Cops checking for things like this. Taillights, brakes, and driver's licenses.
Yeah, that's what I hear.
Good thing, too. Helps cut down the number of accidents. Can't be too careful, you know.
Yeah, that's right. Can't be too careful.
Yeah, well, there it is. Well, very simple. Well, water okay?
Yeah. How much do I owe you?
90 cents.
Here's a buck. Keep the dime.
Thanks. Hope you're not late for your appointment.
I don't think I'll be. Oh,
Come in. You're Mr. Randall?
yeah, officer. What's happened?
I was told you were expected.
What's the matter? Diana.
Oh, Bill, Dad.
What?
Mr. Gordon is dead.
Dead. Oh, how? What happened?
He was murdered.
Murdered.
Why are you looking at me like that? I
Oh,
didn't...
no, Diana. Of course you didn't.
Mr. Randall, we'd like to ask you a couple of questions.
Why, sure.
You had a 10 o'clock appointment with Mr. Gordon.
Yes.
Did you see him earlier?
Why, no.
Did you talk to him over the phone?
Not today.
What was your appointment about?
Why, it was just some business.
What kind of business?
Well, I'd rather not say. It might look
Let's
like...
have it, Randall.
Well, all right. It was about this agreement I have here. Gordon was going to sell me his interest in my contract. This was the agreement. I was going to give him $10,000. Here's the check.
What?
Well, he said he told you, Diana. I asked him especially because you stood to inherit your father's interest in my contract if anything happened to him. That's why I didn't want to mention this business. You know, it might look like she...
I see. You've been a big help to us, Mr. Randall.
Oh, but I'm sure you can account for Diana's whereabouts throughout the evening, officer.
Yes, we can. We know where she was a little after the time Gordon was murdered. She was right in this room. And with what you've told us, I'd say the case was just about wound up.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, here's a special message for you folks from Missouri, the Show Me State, or any of the rest of you who like proof. For I want to show you just why it is that New Signal is so superior to old-style gasolines. Why New Signal is actually an entirely new type, super fuel. You see, gasoline is composed of countless different hydrocarbon molecules. In pre-war gasolines, the molecules were left just as nature made them. But under the impetus of war, chemists found how to take the molecules themselves apart, actually how to rearrange the atoms within the molecules. The result is the thrilling, amazing power of Signal's new gasoline, bringing you performance so immediately apparent you can feel it, see it, hear it. Yet in New Signal, you enjoy this premium performance at no extra cost. Now, if you have that Missouri trait, I can hear you saying, "You gotta show me." And that's just what we want to do. Next time, fill up with New Signal. Let a tank full of this new super fuel show you in your own car that New Signal is the new gasoline you can prove is superior. And now, back to the Whistler.
Yes, Bill, the case is just about wound up. That's what the officer said, and now you're trying not to smile. It looks as if your plan worked perfectly, doesn't it? But the officer's still talking, Bill.
Yes.
Maybe you better pay attention to what he's saying.
We know where Miss Gordon was, because she picked me up on her way over here and brought me with her. There are lots of us on the highway tonight. It's National Safety Week, you know. You see, that telephone call she got from her father sort of aroused her suspicions. She hadn't told him where she was going tonight. As a matter of fact, you were the only one who knew.
Me?
Anyway, when we got here together and discovered the body, and I checked up with the people Miss Gordon had been with, I knew she couldn't very well have done it.
But I don't...
Randall, can you account for your whereabouts?
Why, yes. Yes, I can. I left the studio right after my show at 9:15, drove out here on the highway, stopped for gas at the corner. I think I got there about 10 of 10.
I see. Anything unusual happen on the highway?
Why, no. I just drove along at my usual speed.
That's very interesting, Randall. Very interesting. I told you it was National Safety Week. It so happens we've been stopping everyone on the highway since 8 tonight, checking driver's licenses. I'm sure we'd have stopped you if you'd been on the highway. I think you'd better come with us.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, the Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. This program, directed by George W. Allen, with tonight's story by Robert Reif, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is Marvin Miller speaking, and suggesting that you try New Signal, the new gasoline you can prove is superior. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Mysterious Traveler, written, produced, and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Cogan, and starring tonight two of radio's outstanding personalities, Frank Reddick and Jan Miner, in an original play titled Death Has a Cold Breath.
This is the Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little, as we discover that death has a cold breath. Your name is Andy Marlowe. Once you were a very successful publicity agent. But this morning, as you slouch behind your big mahogany desk, you feel terrible. You're nursing a hangover. You're worrying about the IOUs you've been passing out the last few months to certain rather tough individuals who run gambling houses. You're slipping fast. Your bankroll is gone. Your girl Julie, who's just as hard and beautiful as the diamond she loves to wear, is looking for greener pastures. And you're on the skids. Unless you come up with a smart idea. You stare at your appointment pad with bleary eyes. The first name on it is Harold Farrington. Harold Farrington, the matinee idol of 20 years back. Now he's a has-been ham. You almost tell your assistant to send him away, but you change your mind and have him sent in.
Andy, old boy, you're looking splendid. I just got back from Florida. Thought I'd drop in and say hello.
Sit down, Harold, and cut out the hot air. You haven't the price of a trip to South Jersey, much less Florida, and I know it.
Always bluff and direct, Andy. That's what I like about you. Yes, it's embarrassing to admit it, but I am financially substandard at the moment.
If it's a touch, Harold, the answer is no.
I wouldn't dream of asking you for a loan, Andy. I want to retain you, to enlist your services to put me once again on the front pages. Remember 6 months ago, you dreamed up that idea of a national theater that I hope to found? That got me nice headlines, Andy.
Yes, but you didn't get a job out of it. I'm going to be frank with you, Harold.
Of course, old man, of course.
The only way you'll ever work on Broadway again is to get a job in the street cleaning department.
Andy. But I know you're only joking. Just remind the public of me and the women will clamor to see me again. I've always had success with the women, you know.
The answer is no. I like to get paid for my services.
But you will, Andy. 6 months ago, for your last campaign, I made you sole beneficiary in my will. You'll collect when I die.
Sole beneficiary in your will. What a laugh. To think I fell for your line about having trust funds that would pay off when you died. I checked up later. You don't even own a spare suit of clothes.
I admit I exaggerated. I confess it.
Oh, that's mighty white of you.
However, this might interest you. A letter that was forwarded to me last week. Read what it says.
6 pages in a woman's handwriting, reeking with gardenia perfume. Phooey.
It's from a wealthy widow in Boston. 25 years ago, she was an admirer of mine. Her name is Abby Wilson, Mrs. Abby Wilson, and she's worth $500,000.
Harold, you bore me. So does Mrs. Abby Wilson. Now get to the point, will you?
I am, Andy. She's ill, slowly dying. And having read about my plan to start a theater which I would run in the interests of a free, untrammeled stage, she decided to make the dream possible by leaving me all her money when she dies. Now, don't you see, Andy, that will of mine is now worth something. When Mrs. Abby Wilson dies, I'm a rich man.
Pipe dreams, Harold. She's probably a crackpot in an old lady's home. And to show you what I think of your will, in which I'm sole beneficiary, let's see, it ought to be in this drawer here. Yeah, here it is. Now, watch, Harold. There's your precious will where it belongs, in the wastebasket. Now get out of here, you old has-been. I'm busy.
Your exasperation finally has gotten the better of you, Andy. You kick Harold Farrington out. Then, Feeling worse than ever, you slump in your chair again. You're still slouched there half an hour later when the telephone rings.
Hello.
Hello, darling.
Oh, hello, Julie.
My. The Wonder Boy sounds as if he had a hangover this morning.
No, I'm all right. Just catching a little cold, that's all.
Oh, then you'll probably be glad to have me break our date for tonight.
Break our date?
Yes. I won't be able to make it tonight, Andy. So sorry.
Why won't you be able to make it? I've had those tickets for weeks.
I'm flying out to the coast at midnight, sweetheart. Bill Wentworth is throwing a really big house party, and then a cruise on his yacht afterward.
What?
He phoned last night to invite me, and I accepted.
Julie, you can't walk out on me like this. Just because Wentworth has money.
And you have charm, Andy. But the charm's been wearing a little thin lately. And so has your bankroll. So goodbye, darling. See you around.
Julie, wait. Oh, the hard-boiled little gold diggers. I'll get another bankroll somehow. And she'll come running back. I know Julie.
For a moment, Andy, you daydream about being rich again. But you're rudely interrupted by the sound of an argument outside, and your office door opens.
Hello, Marlowe. Your office boy didn't want to let me in, but I persuaded him I had business with you.
Oh, hello, Rocky. I'm glad you dropped in.
Yeah.
I've been planning to get in touch with you. I've got a big deal in the fire. Yeah, gonna get a big fee out of it.
Well, I hope you do, Andy, for your sake.
So, Rocky, I just wanted to ask you if you could just wait a few days on those IOUs. I'll really be flush.
Well, nobody ever said Rocky Smith wasn't a reasonable man. What's your idea of a few days?
Well, naturally, I don't get my fee until my client begins to see himself in the headlines, so... Well, how about 60 days, Rocky?
Huh. Because I never got past the 8th grade, Marlowe. But 60 seems to me considerably more than a few. I'll let you have 3 days. And that's all.
When he's gone, you hastily pour yourself a drink, Andy. Just then your telephone rings. You let it ring. What can it be but more bad news? Finally, the ringing gets on your nerves. You answer it.
Hello?
Hello, is this Mr. Andrew Marlowe?
Yes, this is Marlowe speaking.
Well, my name is Phelps, Mr. Marlowe. I'm calling from Boston.
Yes, Mr. Phelps.
Well, Mr. Marlowe, I'm very anxious to contact Mr. Harold Farrington. I believe he's a client of yours.
Well, you could call it that. Yeah, he was here. Left about half an hour ago.
Oh, well, can you possibly locate him for me, Mr. Marlowe? It's rather important. You see, I represent the estate of the late Mrs. Abby Wilson. I'm anxious...
Wait a minute. Did you say the estate of the late Mrs. Abby Wilson?
Well, yes, Mr. Marlowe. Mrs. Wilson died day before yesterday. And it appears that her new will leaves everything she owns to Mr. Farrington. I believe she was once an admirer of his.
Oh, yes. I know all about that, Mr. Phelps. I'll tell you, I'll locate Harold for you. You just leave it to me.
Well, I certainly appreciate it, Mr. Marlowe. I'd like him here for the probating of the will. Of course, as soon as the news gets out...
He goes on talking, but you're not listening, Andy. Your mind is working like lightning now. So that crazy story of Harold's about a rich widow leaving him everything was true. Like a fool, you tore up Harold's will, making you his heir. There must be some way to save the situation. Then it comes to you. The whole plan in one brilliant inspiration.
So, Mr.
You
Marlowe,
interrupt the lawyer.
Oh, Mr. Phelps, excuse me, please.
Well,
but
yes, Mr. Marlowe?
if you let me handle all the publicity, I can keep it dignified and still make it a valuable asset to Mr. Farrington's plan.
Well, yes, I can understand that.
Now, if you'll see to it that nobody else hears about this until you and me and Mr. Farrington can get together...
Why, I think that can be managed, Mr. Marlowe.
Good. Then I'm going to hang up now and find Farrington. And when I do, I'll phone you. So, goodbye for now, Mr. Phelps.
You hang up and snatch that torn-up will from the wastebasket. Carefully, you paste the torn will together with Scotch tape. Then you set out to find Harold Farrington. You try his rooming house first.
No, Mr. Farrington ain't in. I don't know where he is, and I don't care. Unless he comes back with the $35,000 rent he owes me. You might try Tim O'Sullivan's saloon round the corner. That's where he usually hangs out.
You hurry to the corner saloon, but the actor's not there. Desperately perspiring in your anxiety, you try all the other local saloons. At last you find him, in a corner table in the cheapest bar of them all. You can see he's almost pie-eyed.
Well, this is my good old friend Andy. Have a drink. It's not good liquor, but it's cheap. That's his great recommendation. It's cheap.
Yes, I'm sorry, Harold. I can't drink now. I've hunted you up to apologize. I was only joking this morning. I am going to put on a campaign for you. I'm going to get your name in all the papers.
Well, that's mighty fine, Andy. Calls for a celebration. Waiter, 2 more.
You sit down, Andy, controlling your impatience. You bring out the damaged will and get Harold to initial each torn section. Then you tell him about your publicity scheme for him. He's to disappear, you explain, after threatening to kill himself.
Threaten to kill myself, man. To die, to sleep, perchance to dream. Aye, there's the rub. For in that sleep of death, what dreams may come when we have shuffled off this mortal coil must give us pause. Shakespeare, Andy. All right, sounds like a good scheme. I'll cooperate.
Your plan is working, Andy. Working beautifully. You get Harold Farrington into the phone booth. You phone Ross of the Daily Ledger, and Farrington talks to him.
Hello, Ross. This is Harold Farrington. Just wanted to tell you I'm going to play a big role soon in The Tragedy of Man. I'm going to play the corpse. What am I talking about? I'm just trying to tell you, old boy, the time has come to ring down the curtain. Going to end the little drama of Harold Farrington. Hello. Andy, how do you like that? He said I was drunk, and he hung up.
Yes, your scheme is working beautifully. You have Harold Farrington phone all the critics and tell them he's going to kill himself. But then Farrington collapses. Desperately, you realize you have to have help. You telephone Julie. You persuade her to bring her car and meet you. You show her the will. Tell her about Mrs. Abby Wilson.
Surely, Julie, you understand. If this will is legal, I'll come at $500,000 soon.
I understand that, darling. But just how are you going to collect? I mean, suppose dear Harold decides to stay alive and then changes his will.
He won't. I mean, how long can he live drinking as he does? He's on his last legs.
You mean you'll keep him supplied with free liquor until he obligingly drinks himself to death, Andy, dear?
Yes, something like that. I haven't time to tell you the details now, but somebody has to get Harold to my cabin up in the woods and keep him hidden there. That's your job, Julie. Get him there, keep him there, and don't let anybody know he is there. Darling, for both our sakes, say you'll do it.
Well, it means missing Bill Wentworth's party, but all right, I'll do it. Only, Andy, darling, this scheme of yours had better pay off.
So that's taken care of. Julie starts off for your secluded cabin in the mountains with Harold Farrington. You promise to join her the following night. The next morning, you get busy on the phone, ostensibly trying to trace Farrington. Among others, you call your old friend, the theatrical critic, Paul Milton.
Yes, Paul, I am worried about Harold Farrington. It's no gag. I know he called you yesterday and threatened to commit suicide, and I think he meant it. I'm really worried about him. Okay, I'll keep looking. See you soon, Paul. We'll have a drink together.
Paul Milton's skepticism is typical, and it's just what you want. Last of all, you call another old friend, Captain Harry Banning, in the Bureau of Missing Persons.
Oh, now, Harry, I'm not trying to drum up a story. Farrington really is missing. I want you to put out a missing persons notice on... Well, if that's the way you feel about it, I'll have to find him without any help from the police.
You hang up, and you're pleased, Andy. Very pleased. That evening, you catch the train for the little town of Ridge Gap, where your cabin is located. At the Ridge Gap station, you slip away into the darkness without being noticed. It's bitterly cold, but you walk the 2 miles to your cabin. There you find Julie and Harold Farrington having a drink in the living room. After the necessary greetings, you waste no time in getting down to business.
Well, kids, we're rolling. The editors are beginning to believe in your suicide, Harold.
Andy, I'm not so sure that the suicide is a good publicity angle. The more I think about it...
Of course it's a good angle. Isn't it, Julie?
Why, of course it is, Harold. Why, it'll get the critics to writing long, appreciative articles about you. The kinds of thing the producers all notice.
Well, maybe, but I still think...
Harold, you hired me to do the thinking. Now listen, you write me a long letter of farewell. Understand?
A letter of farewell. Well, I could do that with the quotations from my great plays, Macbeth, Hamlet.
That's it, Harold?
Yes. I'll take the letter back to New York with me. I'll call all the critics. I'll get a couple of them to rush up here with me. Now, just before we get here, you take 1 sleeping tablet. Then pretend to be unable to wake until we've worked over you for at least half an hour. You got it?
Yes, of course. I could do that.
And look absolutely on the level. Tomorrow evening, your name will be headlines from coast to coast.
Well, if you're sure, Andy.
I'm positive. Now, sit down at my desk and start writing that suicide note. And be sure to apologize to me for using my cabin. You understand, Harold?
You leave Harold Farrington busy writing the suicide letter. You take Julie into the next room to tell her the rest of your plan.
And as soon as he finishes that letter, Harold's going to die. You understand that, don't you, Julie?
Die? Andy, you didn't say anything about that when you sent me up here with him. I'm not going to have anything to do with murder.
Harold will drink himself to death in another 6 months. What difference does it make if he goes now? It means $500,000 to us, me and you. It's perfectly safe. By now, half New York knows Harold was threatening to kill himself.
You go on
If he married
talking,
you,
persuading
you're
her.
rich.
And when you
All
want to
putting
be,
up a
you
little
can
act
be
for only a few days.
very
Maybe a
persuasive.
few hours.
At last, Julie gives in to your scheme.
All right, Andy, I'll do it. But let's get it over with quickly.
You go back into the living room. Harold has finished writing his farewell to you and the world, and he's reading it aloud with great self-appreciation.
Out, brief candle. Life's but a walking shadow, a poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. Oh, there you are, Andy. Listen, I think this is rather good.
He begins at the beginning and reads the whole letter to you. It's what you want, exactly. As he reads, you busy yourself fixing him a drink, and into the drink, you pour the contents of a small bottle. Harold Farrington finishes his letter and waits for your applause.
That's splendid, Harold. Simply terrific.
It nearly made me cry, just listening to it.
I think without undue modesty, one could say it's good theater. Oh, is that a drink for me, Andy?
Well, it isn't for anybody else, Harold.
Thank you. I've earned this drink. Well, bottoms up.
He drinks, and in 5 minutes, it's all over. For one last instant, he stares at you accusingly, then his eyes close, and he falls forward on the desk.
He's dead. Perfect, Julie. Couldn't have worked out better.
Oh, now what, Andy? Back to New York and come find him tomorrow or the next day?
No. It's all going to be settled tonight.
Tonight?
Yes. There's a very special reason why. I owe some money. But tomorrow I've got to be able to prove I can pay it from the inheritance. Now, we're going to drive to Ridge Gap, have dinner, and pretend we're on our way up here from New York. Then we arrive here, find Harold dead, and phone the sheriff. That's all there is to it.
Andy, now wait a minute.
What is it?
What time is Harold supposed to have died?
Well, sometime last night when I was in New York.
That's impossible. His body, it'll still be warm when the sheriff gets here. The sheriff will know that Harold must have died this evening.
Yeah. That's right. Forgot that. I can't wait till tomorrow. Just can't. I got it.
What?
It's cold out. Only about 15 above zero.
Yeah.
We put Harold out on the terrace, chair and all, for half an hour. And then he'll be cold, plenty cold. It seems as if he died hours ago.
Swiftly, you and Julie lift the chair in which Harold Farrington sits. You carry it out on the terrace in the bitterly cold wind. There you leave Harold to cool a bit. Back in the house, you set everything straight, remove all evidence of Julie's having been there. You wait half an hour, 45 minutes. Then you carry Harold back in, chair and all, and pose him properly in front of the desk where his touching suicide note waits. The picture is perfect.
Cold enough now. Feel his forehead.
He's like ice.
Yeah. That's because he died last night, my dear. Now let's go. Have dinner at the village. Make sure we're seen. Then come up here and discover Harold.
Your program goes off without a hitch, Andy. In the village of Ridge Gap, you make sure witnesses see you eating. You tell the waitress you're just on your way to the cabin. Then you drive up and find poor Harold's body. In half an hour, the sheriff is there with the coroner. The sheriff looks around, listens to your story, reads the letter Harold so obligingly wrote, and nods.
Yep. Certainly is plain enough story, Mr. Marlowe. Poor fella, down on his luck, decided to end it all. You say you gave him a key to this cabin 6 months ago?
Yes, that's right, Sheriff. 6 months ago, I did a publicity campaign for him, and he used to come up here to work out our plans. I gave him a key then, and he kept it.
And poor Harold crept here to die in hiding.
That's how it goes. Well, I guess there's no use our hanging around any longer. Poor fella's stone cold. Means he died last night or this morning, I guess. Well, Doc, let's phone Williams, the undertaker, and get this over with.
I guess we better wait a mite before we call the undertaker, Sheriff.
Wait? What for?
There's something a bit peculiar here.
Peculiar? Well, what do you mean, Doc?
Let's feel this fellow's forehead. Mighty cold, isn't it?
That's right. Cold as ice. Shows he's been dead quite some time.
Yes, everybody knows that. It's in every detective story. His forehead was as cold as ice. Wish I had $1 for each time I've read that.
Yes, but I'm afraid you don't get my point. You see, a dead body can only cool off to the temperature of the room it's in.
Oh, well, what are you getting at?
Just this. I took the temperature of this suicide. His body temperature's only 45 degrees.
45 degrees?
That's right.
Well, how could that be, Doc? This room is 70 degrees. Tain't possible.
Andy.
Be quiet, Julie.
You're right, Sheriff. It isn't possible. Unless this suicide walked outdoors and practically froze himself. He came back in, sat down, and waited for us. And I don't think he did.
What you're saying, Doc, is, it's not suicide. It's murder. And I reckon we got the murderers right here in this room with us. Well, folks, how about it?
This is the mysterious traveler again. Dear me, it's a cold wind that blows nobody good, isn't it? Yes, Andy and Julie were persuaded to confess. It wasn't hard to get a confession, since each rushed in to blame the other. Such a clever scheme, too. Not a flaw in it. If only Andy hadn't been in such a hurry to cool the corpse off. The moral is, never rush a corpse. Let it take its own time, even if it kills you. Oh, that reminds me of next week's story, The Hot Seat. It's about a dim-witted fellow with but one thing in mind, revenge. However, his weapon was not the knife, gun, or poison. It was... Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this same time.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. The role of the mysterious traveler is played by Maurice Tarplin. This is Jack Farron speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
And now stay tuned for the mystery program that is unique among all mystery programs. Because even when you know who's guilty, you always receive a startling surprise at the final curtain. In the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
Signal.
Signal gasoline. Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler. For extra driving pleasure, the signal to look for is the yellow and black circle sign that identifies Signal service stations from Canada to Mexico. And for Sunday evening listening pleasure, the signal to listen for is this whistle that identifies the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, The Whistler's strange story, The Go-Between.
The conversation in the parked car matched the surroundings. Low, quiet, ominous. In keeping with the isolated, low-lying strip of marsh and dark trees some miles from any main thoroughfare. The driver of the car didn't look at his companion as he spoke. He was staring at the gun in his hand, the flat, cold automatic. He kept turning it over as if something were very strange and unfamiliar to him. Something that he wasn't sure he could use. The girl's eyes weren't on the gun, but on him. And there was a strange look in her eyes. Something not at all easy to define. Love, perhaps. But quite possibly pity.
You don't want to do it, Charles. You don't want to kill Ellen.
Of course I don't want to kill my wife. But I realize it's the only thing to do.
You do love me, don't you, Charles?
Of course, Martha.
Oh, darling. But hiding in back alleys, country lanes, stealing minutes and hours. It isn't very pleasant, is it?
No, it isn't. Sometimes at the office when Ellen comes down there, and you have to smile as my secretary and show her in.
Oh, I don't mind, Charles.
But I do. I want to tell her you're not just my secretary, that I love you.
Well, Charles, could we just go away together? Forget everything else?
And live on what?
Ellen's money isn't everything.
We've done pretty well so far.
Oh, I don't know. We could manage. You can do anything you really want to, Charles.
Oh, no. Not with the knowledge that we're passing up something as easy as this has been.
Well, it hasn't been easy for me. But it's been worthwhile, I'll admit.
You know, it's funny how Ellen came through. First time you made that blackmail demand on her.
Not so funny. She had a lot to lose. If she dies, that will fix everything, won't it?
Sure. Everything. All her money goes to me. Good way for it to end. Perfect. If I've actually got the nerve to go through with it.
Charles, I think we should get back to town.
Yeah. Back to town. Back to my dear, sweet wife, Ellen.
Yes, Charles, back to town and your wife, Ellen. You drive the car swiftly, recklessly over the narrow country lane until it reaches the main highway. Then ride in comparative silence all the way to Malibu and Martha's cottage. When you drop her off, her eyes still have that confused, wondering look. She's thinking about Ellen, isn't she, Charles? Wondering if you'll go through with it.
Realizing what she's thinking gives you an odd sensation. You wonder what your secretary, Martha Stone, would think if she knew what was really on your mind, if she knew all the details of your situation with Ellen. Back in town, your own home, the lights are still on in the library as you let yourself in and confront Ellen, who's been waiting up for you.
Well?
I couldn't do it, Ellen. I just couldn't kill Martha.
Couldn't do it. What's the matter with you? Did you lose your nerve?
I don't know. I'm not sure it's a matter of nerve alone, Ellen. To kill... Well, a man doesn't pick up a gun and blast. He's got to hate.
And you don't?
Certainly not that much.
You're too soft, Charles. Really, this has to end. Martha can't go on blackmailing me forever. I won't go on paying.
It's a strange position. It's funny.
I fail to see the humor of it, Charles. You say you love me.
I do.
I was decent enough to admit to you that the girl is blackmailing me. I told you why.
Sure. You told me. Lake Tahoe, 2 years ago. Wealthy playboy killed. Mystery woman vanishes. You.
It was an accident. Are you sorry now that I told you? Sorry I let you play up to Martha? What about our plans, Charles? Your plans for getting rid of her. For good.
I don't know, Ellen. I've got to have more time to think.
About what? About the fact that you're falling in love with your secretary. That I don't count anymore.
Don't talk like a fool, Ellen. You know that isn't true. I've been in love with you from the moment we met. I'll always be in love with you.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. You know I didn't, but darling, you said...
I know what I said. That I'd get Martha out of the way. I said I'd kill her. For you.
It's the only way, Charles. The only way to stop what she's doing to me. To us. We can't go to the police. She'd tell everything she knew. You've got to kill her.
Yes. Yes, Ellen. I guess it's the only way to stop Martha. And I will. Tomorrow night. I will.
Tonight's $20 Signal gasoline book goes to Major Robert Hemphill of Hamilton, California, for this limerick. A sprightly old lady said, "Brother, use the Go Farther gas and no other." When asked why it was, she said, "It's because I happen to be Whistler's mother."
Signal, signal, signal gasoline. Your car will go far with Go Farther gasoline.
Of course, Major Hemphill should have said the Whistler's mother. But any mother's advice is good advice because Mother knows best. For over 20 years, Mother has seen Signal gasoline grow more and more famous for mileage. And Mother also knows that Signal's efficient performance, which makes possible that good mileage, also assures you plenty of pickup and power, plus quick cold weather starting. So next time you need gasoline, just remember what the Whistler's mother said. With Signal, the Go Farther gas, you're always ahead.
Well, Charles, your peculiar position as a go-between and sharer in the blackmail money paid by your wife has brought you to an interesting but grim choice, hasn't it? You've cultivated your secretary, Martha Stone, to the point where she's in love with you. And there have been moments when, in spite of what she was doing to your wife, Ellen, you couldn't help being interested in Martha. But there's still the fact that she is a blackmailer. And besides, if you put her out of the way, Ellen will be eternally grateful. You can ask anything of her, including a loosening of the purse strings, a more generous sharing of her wealth. By the next night, you've decided in Ellen's favor. Decided to kill Martha. You slip the .45 automatic into your pocket. Leave the house to keep an appointment with your unsuspecting secretary. At the garage, you realize you've left the house without your overcoat. Walk back into the house to get it.
Yes, of course.
And then...
Yes, Ralph. Yes, darling. He just left the house. What? No, I haven't mentioned the divorce to him yet. Well, I was waiting for certain things to clear up.
You stand there in the entry hall, stunned, bewildered, until the full meaning of what you're overhearing penetrates your mind. Ellen, your devoted, confiding wife. She's double-crossing you completely, isn't she, Charles? Really using you as a go-between. Talking you into killing your secretary, Martha, to get her out of the way. And at the same time getting a murder charge to hold over you to make her own plans with someone else completely safe. You walk toward the open library door and listen to Ellen's concluding words.
Yes, darling, yes. Oh, yes, it'll be perfect. We'll have no trouble with Charles, I'm sure. And then we can go anywhere. To the moon together. All right, Ralph. Bye. Charles.
Yes, Ellen. Charles, your devoted, faithful husband. So I was to be the goat. Your passport to a complete and perfect freedom.
No, Charles, no, you don't understand. I
Your
love you.
stepping stone, Alan, on the way to the moon. For you and this Ralph Jonas, that's it. The artist.
Charles, no, please.
It's all over, Ellen. For good. All but one thing. You'll never get a divorce because of what I know. Now I'm going to Martha. Just as I said I would. But not to kill her. To tell her to go on with it. The blackmail. I want her to bleed you white.
Your mind spins wildly as you rush through the night on your way to meet Martha. You're scarcely aware of the night around you, the signpost flashing past. And then as Martha's cottage looms up in the car's headlights, you tell yourself that this is where you really belong, Charles, with Martha. No matter what she's done or will do to Ellen, she loves you. And you hurry inside and rush forward to take her in your arms as she smiles in greeting you.
Martha, oh, Martha.
Oh, darling. Darling, what is it? You're trembling. You're shaking.
I'm all right, Martha. I'm all right. I'm where I belong now. With you.
In the days that follow, you're strangely, blissfully happy, aren't you, Charles? Happy with Martha. Spend your evenings with her. You're not caring what anyone thinks. And all the time, you revel in the fact that she's taking more and more money from your wife. You know Ellen will continue to pay. She can't take the chance of Martha telling about the killing at Lake Tahoe, showing the snapshot of Ellen and the murdered playboy together there. You're amused at what's taking place, because you finally learned the meaning of a word you'd sometimes wondered about. The word is hate, isn't it? And you're not at all sure that it won't lead to the next step soon. Murder. Martha keeps asking you when you're going to get rid of Ellen, doesn't she? When everything Ellen has will belong to you, to both of you. And the idea of killing your wife becomes an increasingly attractive thought. And then one afternoon at your office, there's a phone call.
Hello, Charles, you old slave.
Well, Dad, how are you?
Just great, boy, just great.
I thought you were still off in the South Seas.
Oh, got back yesterday. How things been going?
Oh, pretty well.
Sure anxious to see the old gang. Probably will at the cocktail party this afternoon.
Cocktail party?
Yeah, weren't you and Ellen invited? Ralph Jonas is having a little fling over at his studio. You know Ralph, don't you, the artist?
Well, no. Ellen does. Well, she'll probably be there. I have a desk loaded with work, Ned.
Slave, come on. Do you good to get away. Besides, we have a lot to talk about. Suppose I drop by in 10 minutes and pick you up.
Well, all right, Ned, do that.
In the past few days, you've often wondered about Ralph Jonas. Yes, this man that you've never met. The man who has taken your wife, Ellen, from you. Now, here's your chance to find out what he's like. Of course, Ellen will be there. You're counting on that, aren't you, Charles? And you wonder what they'll say and do when you walk in. The studio is exactly as you pictured it, Charles. Cluttered, stuffy, the huge window overlooking the rooftops of the city. As you walk around it, you nod to your friends. Notice the startled expression. You notice something else, too. Ellen isn't there. Ned leaves you looking up at a large painting on the wall and hurries off to get you a drink. And then as you stand there, your eyes wandering over the huge canvas.
Well, how do you like it?
What?
Oh, well, I don't like it either. Rubbish, really. Any man who paints like that's a half-wit.
Well, I don't know.
But I do. I'm the half-wit. Ralph Jonas.
Oh, I see.
I don't believe we've ever met.
That's right. We've never met. I'm Charles Grayson.
Oh.
You didn't expect me.
Frankly, no. I knew we'd meet sooner or later, of course, but I was certain it would be in an alley and that you'd probably beat my brains out.
Oh, no. No, I don't go in for that sort of thing.
You, got something more ingenious in mind, perhaps, huh?
No. Nothing at all.
Well, I can't say I'm disappointed. We're going to let it go just like that?
Why not?
Well, I don't know. I feel I should do something. Apologize, get you a drink, invite you to dinner. Somehow I feel much better about this whole thing if you punched me in the nose.
This painting, Mr. Jones.
Ralph, please.
This painting is rather interesting.
Oh, you think so?
Yes, it has something.
That's what one of my critics said. He went on to add that something was an odor. He's right. I'm not very good, you know. Getting back to your wife, Charles.
I don't see her around here.
No, she left half an hour ago. In one of her moods again. We had a row. She's been very upset lately.
Yes, I know.
See here, old man. Why won't you give her a divorce?
Maybe I'm in love with her.
Oh, not really.
Are you in love with Ellen?
Of course I am. I want to marry her. But I can't wait forever, and I don't intend to. That's what we had the row about.
Oh, I see.
I can't understand why she simply doesn't divorce you. Simple, really. Mental cruelty or some such hogwash. Is she afraid of you, old man?
Ellen? Afraid of me?
Well, there must be something. Some reason why she won't sue for divorce.
Why don't you ask her about it?
I already have. She's so vague about it. I don't know, Charles. This situation is impossible, really. I may have to give up your wife.
And all her money, too?
Money? Oh, you think that's it? Oh, my dear fellow, I've got more money of my own than I know what to do with.
You mean from this sort of thing? The painting?
Oh, of course not. It's an inheritance. When my father died, he left me over $250,000.
Oh, I see.
Did you ever hear of J.P. Jonas? Oh, the fabulous old gentleman. A great example of what a man can accomplish in the good old USA. He started with a small shop, a shoestring. You know what he wound up with? A factory 4 blocks square, manufacturing...
Shoestrings?
Now you've ruined my little joke, John. Oh, come on, let's get you a drink, yeah?
No, thanks. I think I'll be running along.
But you just got here.
Oh, I have some things to do.
Well, as you wish. Oh, by the way.
Yes?
Your wife and I would have lunch tomorrow. When you see her, would you mind telling her I can't make it?
You can't help smiling as you leave the studio, can you, Charles? Realize you feel no bitterness toward Ralph Jonas. It's obvious he knows nothing about the blackmail. Obvious, too, that he's becoming tired of waiting for the divorce you'll never give Ellen. In the days that follow, it becomes clear that things aren't going too well between you. One night, as you're about to leave the house, you overhear Ellen on the phone.
Ralph, you've got to understand. No, I can't tell you. Please. You've got to give me time. I know I can work things out, but Ralph, I tell you...
Go right ahead, Ellen. Don't let me interrupt. I was just looking for my pipe.
Ralph, I'll call you back. Charles, I must talk to you.
Sorry, Ellen. I'm in a hurry. Some other time.
But, Charles...
Here's my pipe. Now, how is Ralph these days? Getting more and more impatient?
Charles, we've got to talk. Where are you going?
Just out.
You're going to see Martha, aren't you?
And what if I am? Good night.
Charles, come back.
You're pleased, aren't you, Charles, as you leave the house and drive downtown to keep your dinner engagement with your friend Ned. It's almost midnight when you return. Swing your car into the driveway, and you notice that the garage doors are open. You drive inside, park your car next to Ellen's yellow convertible. And then as you slip out from behind the wheel...
It's about time.
What? Ellen, what are you doing here?
Waiting for you.
Oh?
We're going out for a drive.
Are we? Where are we going?
To Martha's place.
Don't be silly.
Or would you rather I killed you here?
Ellen, put that gun away.
No, you pushed me just a little too far, Charles. Now I'm going to end things my way. Come along, we're wasting time. We'll take my car, if you don't mind. You'll drive. Well, Charles, I'm waiting.
What's this all about? Mind telling me, Ellen?
I told you. I'm going to kill you.
Listen, I want...
Keep your hands on the wheel and your eyes on the road.
You sound like you've done this before.
I have, Charles. The Lake Tahoe killing wasn't an accident.
You think you're going to get away with this?
I'm sure of it. In the morning, the police will find you and Martha at the cottage, dead. This gun... Naturally, there'll be questions. I'll say I suspected an affair between the two of you, that tonight I overheard you quarreling with someone over the phone, that you rushed out of the house with a gun.
They'll believe that?
I think so.
Will Ralph?
I'm sure he will. Why are you slowing down?
Listen, Ellen, can't we talk this over sensibly?
I've made up my mind about this, Charles. Keep going.
But, Ellen, let's...
I said keep going.
Well, suppose I agree to let you have a divorce. We'll call it quits. You can have your Mr. Jonas.
And the blackmail. Will that continue?
I'll talk to Martha. She'll do what I say. We'll forget the whole thing.
No, I can't risk it. I can't risk Ralph finding out about that affair at Lake Tahoe. Sorry, Charles.
It's no use, Charles. Ellen has made up her mind to kill you, and you can't talk her out of it. But you can act, and soon. Somehow, you've got to get the gun away from her. Then as the car rounds a bend in the road, you slam on the brakes. Caught off guard, Ellen falls forward, strikes her head sharply against the dashboard, and then slumps to the floor. You ease her back in the seat, pick up the gun, stare at it. Then at Ellen. It's obvious that you can kill her now easily. And once you've disposed of the body, you'll never have to worry about money again as long as you live. It doesn't take long for you to make up your mind. Does it, Charles?
Warning to drivers. Automobile accidents skyrocket during rainy weather. So if a worn windshield wiper is blurring your vision, or if your tires are dangerously smooth and skiddy, don't put off doing something about it. Better stop at your nearest signal station now. While you wait, your signal dealer can install the famous patented Clearflex Rainmaster wiper blade. And he can replace your slippery old tires with quick-stopping, skid-resistant new Lee tires. Because the cold rubber in nationally renowned Lee tires is now toughened still further with patented Fill Black O. Today's Lees wear amazingly long. Yet the generous trade-in signal dealers are giving for old tires makes new Lees cost surprisingly little. And liberal credit terms are available. So whatever your car needs for safer winter driving, whether it's tires, batteries, spark plugs, light bulbs, fan belt, or radiator hose, remember your nearest headquarters for a complete line of quality automotive accessories is your nearest signal service station.
It's done, isn't it, Charles? Your wife, Ellen, is dead. You've buried her in the lonely canyon not far from Malibu, carefully covered the spot with underbrush, and you're certain her body will never be found. You return to the car, step on the starter, and begin your drive to Martha's. You're anxious to see her, tell her that it's over, that the future you've planned together is now assured. You reach in your pocket for a cigarette, and your hand touches the murder gun, the gun you took away from Ellen, your wife, before you killed her. and realize that in the excitement of burying Ellen, you forgot to dispose of the gun at the same time. For a moment, you're frightened. Then you realize you could easily drop the gun into an even better hiding place, the Pacific Ocean, once you reach Martha Stone's cottage in Malibu. You relax and continue your drive to Martha's. When you arrive, you find the cottage in darkness. Quickly, you unlock the front door, step inside, and then as you turn on the lights...
Forget something?
What? Well, who are you?
Lieutenant Barlow, Police Department.
Police Department?
That's right. We thought you might come back, remove the body or something if you thought you were still in the clear. That's why we had the lights off.
Me? But I
This
don't...
is Sergeant Hill. Who are you?
My name's Grayson. Charles Grayson. What's happened?
Come on in the bedroom. Maybe this will refresh your memory. Turn on the lights, will you, Sergeant?
Right.
Martha.
Uh-huh. She's dead. Well, what did you come back for?
Oh, wait a minute. You think that
One of the neighbors saw that yellow convertible you're driving pull away from here an hour ago.
Yeah, but I wasn't driving it. My wife, she must...
Your wife? Are you saying she killed Martha Stone?
Well, no. Well, still, Yes, I suppose she must have.
Where is your wife now, Grayson? At home?
Yeah, I suppose so.
That her car, the convertible?
Yes. Yes, it is.
But you don't know where she is?
No, I don't. Not exactly.
I think we better all get down to headquarters. Talk this over. By the way, Grayson, a .45 automatic killed Martha Stone. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you?
Of course not. How could I know?
I hope not. Because once we find the guy with that .45, we found the killer of Martha Stone. Incidentally, Sergeant, you better search Mr. Grayson. Oh, it's just routine, Mr. Grayson.
Right, Lieutenant.
No, wait a minute.
Go ahead, Sergeant. I said frisk him.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine automotive accessories. Remember, if you would like the fun of having your friends hear a limerick of yours on The Whistler, the address to which to send it is the Signal Oil Company, Los Angeles 55, California. All limericks become the property of the Signal Oil Company. Those selected for use on The Whistler will be chosen by our advertising representatives on the basis of humor, suitability, and originality. So, of course, they must be your own composition. Featured in tonight's story were Hy Averback, Mary Lansing, Hans Conried, and Francis Robinson. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Steve Hampton, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember, at this same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler.
Signal, Signal gasoline.
This is Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Mutual presents The Mysterious Traveler.
This is the Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back and get a good grip on your nerves, if you can. Where are we going? Well, let us say for the moment we're taking a little trip into time in a story I call New Year's Nightmare. As the old year entered its last minute, the crowds at the Club Tropicana were waiting expectantly for the clock to strike midnight. At a ringside table, a lovely young woman angrily whispers to the man with her.
Chris, if you take another drink, I'll leave.
Oh, Judy, this is New Year's Eve. It'll be 1947 in another minute. Gotta celebrate, don't I? Just one more.
Just one more, just one more. That's what you always say. I wouldn't mind if it were just tonight, but you're always getting drunk.
Waiter, another bottle of champagne.
Nothing I say means anything to you, does it? You think because I've forgiven you a dozen times in the past, I'll do it again. But you're wrong, Chris.
Happy New Year, darling. 1947 is going to be our year.
No, Chris, it isn't. I won't marry a man who gets drunk in New York and wakes up the next day in another city.
Oh, Judy, what are you saying? You don't mean that. You know I love you.
Yes, Chris, you love me. But not enough to give up drinking. I'll miss you, Chris. Miss you terribly. But I know I'm doing the right thing.
Judy, don't talk like that. I couldn't live without you. You know that. Won't you?
I'm sorry, Chris. Here's your ring. Will you please take me home?
You don't have to leave. If the sight of my drinking is too much for you, I'll go someplace else and do it. Martin will take you home. Happy New Year and goodbye.
Do you mind finishing that drink, mister? It's 5 o'clock in the morning and I'm dead on my feet.
Sure, I'll drink up. No matter what she says.
That's right. Now you better go home and sleep it off. Good night and a happy 1947 to you.
Thanks. And the same to you. Gotta find another New Year's. Gotta celebrate. Another bar across the street. Oh, gotta celebrate.
Hey, mister, look out for that car. You're gonna get run down if you don't. Look out!
Oh, my head. Oh, it feels so funny. What's that noise? Those horns.
My darling, it's midnight. New Year's.
Oh, my head, it's throbbing so. Where am I? How did I get here?
Why, darling, you live here.
Live here? What are you talking about?
Charles, I'd better call Dr. Smith. You look so strange. Hello? Connect me with Dr. Smith's apartment, please.
Never seen this place before.
Hello, Doctor? This is Blanche Arnold. Yes, it's Charles. He isn't well. Could you come to our apartment at once? Oh, thank you. Goodbye.
What do you mean, I live here? Who are you? Where am I?
I'm your wife, Charles. This is our home, don't you remember?
You're my wife.
You can't be. I'm not married. What am I doing here? What's your game?
Charles, can't you remember anything about us?
What are you talking about? I never saw you before. And why do you keep calling me Charles? My name is Chris. Chris Andrews.
Chris Andrews. So that's what the initial CA stood for.
Oh, that noise out there. What are they making such a racket for?
Because it's midnight, New Year's Eve.
Midnight? New Year's Eve? But it was midnight hours ago when I left the Club Tropicana. What are you talking about?
Oh, that must be Dr. Smith. I'll answer it.
Dr. Smith? I don't know any Dr. Smith.
Oh, come in, Doctor. I'm so glad you're here. I think it's the amnesia. It seems to have left him all of a sudden. Charles? It's Dr. Smith.
I don't know him, and I don't know you. And please stop calling me Charles. I told you my name is Chris Andrews.
Won't you sit down, Mr. Andrews? I'd like to talk with you for a few minutes.
What about?
Tell me, Mr. Andrews, What's the last thing you remember before finding yourself in this apartment?
Why, Judy. She and I were at the Club Tropicana, celebrating New Year's Eve.
I see.
I remember we quarreled about my drinking. I walked out on her and had a few drinks someplace else.
Uh-huh.
That's all I can recall. Oh, my head. I've had hangovers, but I've never felt like this before. What time is it?
It's just 4 minutes after 12.
But it can't be 4 minutes after 12 New Year's Eve. That was hours ago when I left the Tropicana.
Mr. Andrews, that was New Year's Eve, 1947.
What do you mean, that was New Year's Eve, 1947?
This is New Year's Eve, 1948.
1948? What are you talking about? It's 1947.
Well, here's the morning paper. You can see the date for yourself.
Thursday, January 1st, 1948. No, it can't be. It can't be. A year gone? Just like that? Well, where did it go? I haven't lived it yet.
Perhaps you'd better let me clear up a few things for you.
1948.
My name is Smith. I was a resident physician until recently at the Park Hospital. While I was on duty last New Year's Day, 1947, you were brought into the hospital seriously injured, having been run over by a car. When you recovered consciousness 5 days later, you didn't know who you were. You were a victim of amnesia.
Amnesia?
Yes, and we didn't know who you were as you had no identification papers.
But my wallet, letters...
They were gone. The only clue to your identity was a belt buckle with the initials CA on it.
We didn't know your real name, so I called you Charles for the C.
Blanche was your nurse.
I've always liked the name Charles. And as for your last name, we thought Arnold was as good as any, so you became Charles Arnold.
But what have I been doing since the day I recovered consciousness?
Well, you weren't discharged from the hospital until May. Then you went to work as an insurance clerk.
As an insurance clerk? But I don't know anything about being a clerk. I'm a reporter.
Well, there was no way of learning what your occupation had been. So when Blanche learned of this opening in an insurance office, you applied for the position.
And that's where I've been working? Up to now?
Yes.
And then after you got your job, we were married.
Married?
Chris. Don't you remember?
I'm afraid, Blanche, you really can't.
Married? But Judy... Oh, it's like a dream. My head keeps throbbing. I keep expecting to wake up. There's that date in the paper. January 1st, 1948.
Doctor, you said he might never get over his amnesia.
Well, that was a strong possibility, but apparently the sounds of New Year's brought back his memory.
You're going just like that. Judy, my friends, job, it's all gone. Doctor, where am I? What's the address of this apartment house?
You're at 5718 North 13th Street, Philadelphia.
Philadelphia? But how did I get to Philadelphia?
That we don't know. All that I can tell you is that your accident occurred just a few blocks from here.
Darling, I know what a shock it must be.
Strange. You must have called me darling many times in the past. And yet this is the first time I've ever heard you call me that.
Yes, I know.
What did you say your name was?
Oh, hello, Doctor. Come in, won't you?
Thank you. How are you, Blanche?
All right, I suppose.
How's Chris getting along?
He's fine. It's just...
Why, Blanche, what's this? I've never seen you cry. Here.
No, it's just that everything's so changed. Those 6 months Chris and I were married before he regained his memory were the happiest of my life.
And now?
This past month since he got his memory back, it's been as though I were married to a stranger. It isn't as though he doesn't try to be nice to me, but it's also obvious he doesn't love me.
Now, Blanche, you mustn't say that.
It's true, I tell you. How can a man love a woman those first 6 months as he loved me, and then fall out of love with her when he's regained his memory.
Well, you must have patience, Blanche. It will take time for Chris to adjust himself to what's happened. He fell in love with you as Charles Arnold, and I'm sure he will as Chris Andrews. You just must give him time.
Judy. Oh, Judy. Oh, just let me look at you. Oh, this can't be true. You're being here.
Well, it is. It's been a long time.
Yes. Year and a month since New Year's Eve, 1947.
Chris, what are you doing here in Philadelphia?
I live here.
Well, so do I. I got a job with Ryan and Company as a copywriter here a few months ago.
Look, Judy, we can't talk here on the sidewalk.
Oh, that's right. Well, look, I live only a few blocks from here. We can go to my apartment.
Oh, that's fine. There's so much I want to ask, and there's so much to tell.
Here, let me have your hat and coat.
Thank you.
Would you like something to drink?
No, I don't drink anymore.
Oh? Chris, you have changed. You look so much older.
Well, you don't. You're as lovely as that night I saw you last.
Thank you, Chris.
Judy, you'll have to let me explain what happened after I left you that night at the Tropicana. If you find it difficult to believe, I won't blame you. It still seems like a nightmare to me. That night, after I left you... And so now you know everything. From the moment I last saw you to this one.
Oh, no wonder you look different after having gone through an experience like that. Oh, well, you're all right now. You know who you are. You're happily married. You have a job.
I'm not happily married, Judy.
Chris, you mustn't talk like that. Surely you must have loved your wife if you married her, and she hasn't changed.
Judy, there's never been anyone for me but you. You know that. And you still feel that way about me.
No, I don't.
When we met tonight, that old look was still in your eyes. You do care. You know you do.
Please, Chris, no matter how I feel about you, it's over now. You're married, and that's all there is to it. I wish you'd go, and I don't want to see you again.
I expected you home from work hours ago.
I met a friend.
Oh, you look so tired. Do you feel well?
Blanche, this past month I tried my best to be a good husband, haven't I?
Well, you have been, darling.
No, there's something missing, and you know it. Oh, it isn't your fault. It's mine. And as a result, we're both unhappy.
You mustn't say that, Chris. I feel that in time, things will be as they were when we were first married. When you were Charles Arnold.
No, but they won't be, Blanche. It's no use, I tell you.
Chris, who is the friend you met tonight?
The girl I was once engaged to.
I see.
Blanche, you've got to give me a divorce.
No, Chris. I'll never do that.
But why? You know I don't love you. What's the sense in going on like this?
Chris, when you were Charles Arnold, you did love me, and we were happy together. I had your love once, and I mean to win it back. I won't give you a divorce.
Hello, Judy.
Chris, I asked you not to call on me again.
Judy, I've got to talk to you. May I come in?
Well, all right. But just for a few minutes.
Thank you. Judy, even if we hadn't met again a week ago, things wouldn't have been any different between my wife and myself. I'll never love her. And I'm not going on with her.
What do you mean, Chris?
I'm going to leave her, Judy, and start all over, someplace far away. I just came around to say goodbye.
Are you set on leaving her?
Yes. Nothing can change my mind about that.
Now, you've got to understand my position, Chris. I could never be happy with you if I thought I'd been the one who came between you and your wife. But if you are going to leave her, I would like to see you again when you're free.
Would you, Judy?
Yes. But I don't want to see you until she's given you a divorce.
Divorce? Judy, I am going to be free. Nothing's going to prevent it. Nothing. Blanche, how would you like to go out tonight?
Go out?
Yeah, we might take in a show or go dancing. Didn't I ever take you out when I was Charles Arnold?
Oh, why, yes. We used to have wonderful evenings together then.
Well, why not now? Unless you don't want to.
Oh, Chris, there's nothing in the world I'd rather do.
Hey, why the tears?
Oh, it's just that I'm so happy.
Oh, come here. Did this Mr. Arnold ever put his arms around you? Like this?
Oh, yes, often. Oh, Chris, stop squeezing me so tight. Chris!
Sorry, darling.
Oh, you almost squeezed me to death.
That's so you'll remember that I'm your husband and not Mr. Arnold. And Blanche,
Oh, yes, Chris.
I'm taking a week's vacation soon. What do you say if we go up to the Adirondack Mountains for a week of winter sports?
Oh, Chris, I'd love to. Why, it'll be like a second honeymoon.
Blanche, you all right? There's only a few more feet to the top.
I'm coming, darling. Where are you? Oh, there you are. Oh, Chris. Oh, the view is wonderful from here, isn't it?
You're right. Being up here is like being alone in the world.
Yes, just the two of us. Oh, this past week's been a wonderful one, Chris. I've never been so happy.
Nor have I.
Oh, be careful, Chris. Don't go so near the edge. That canyon's 4,000 feet deep.
Oh, this ledge is perfectly safe. Come over here and take a look at the valley below.
All right. Ooh, please keep your arms around me, Chris. Looking down like this frightens me.
There. You're safe in my arms.
Chris, why are you looking at me that way?
What way, dear?
I don't know. Is your head throbbing again?
No, dear. I don't suppose you've changed your mind about giving me a divorce, have you?
Giving you a divorce? But I thought we were so happy together.
Yes, that's the impression I meant people to get.
Chris, you can't be serious. Why, everything's been wonderful these past few weeks.
Oh, I see it won't be any use trying to talk you into it.
What do you mean?
I'm sorry, Blanche. I don't want to do this, but you've given me no alternative. It's really your own fault, that you must die.
Let go of me. Chris.
No, you struggling, darling. No one can see or hear you, and you can't possibly escape.
You can't throw me off that ledge, then I'll hang you.
I don't think so, dear. We've been so happy these past few weeks. I'm sure the police will see it as an unfortunate accident.
Stop pushing me toward the edge. Chris, don't. I'll give you a divorce. I'll give you anything.
I'm afraid it's too late for that. Good evening, Judy. May I come in?
Why, yes, of course. How are you, Chris?
Oh, I'm all right. I want to thank you for the note you sent me when Blanche died.
I can't tell you how sorry I was to hear about it, Chris.
Yes, it all happened so quickly.
What have you been doing since then?
Oh, just working. Trying to straighten myself out. Judy, perhaps I shouldn't talk about it now, seeing that Blanche has only been gone a month, but I've been thinking of leaving town. Will you come with me?
Please sit down, Chris. You make me nervous walking back and forth like this.
All right. But you haven't answered my question.
Well, it isn't easy to answer.
It would be if you said yes. I see in your eyes you mean no. Why?
Chris, I've met someone else recently.
Someone else? But you said if I were free, you'd marry me.
I didn't say I'd marry you. I said if you were free, I'd like to see you again. But now I'm not even sure of that. You're so different from what you used to be.
Stop being clever. If you didn't say you'd marry me, you implied as much.
Please, Chris, you're making it so difficult for me.
I'm making it difficult for you. And I suppose what I've been through doesn't count. I risked my life to get you.
Risked your life? Chris, what are you saying?
Are you such a fool as to believe that Blanche fell off that mountain?
Chris, you didn't.
Yes. And I did it because you said you'd marry me if I were free.
Oh, no, I meant a divorce.
But she wouldn't give me a divorce. It was the only way I could gain my freedom. And now you tell me there's someone else.
Oh, Chris.
I did it for you. And you're going to marry me.
No, I won't.
If I can't have you, no one else will.
Chris, what's the matter with you? Chris!
We were meant for each other, darling. In life and in death.
Chris, if you come any closer, I'll scream for help. No, don't. Chris, no!
You won't marry me. You'll never marry anyone else. There. He'll never have you.
Open up in there.
Miss Winters, are you all right? Call the police.
I didn't want to do it, darling, but you forced me to. Oh, my head, it throbs so. Everything's like a nightmare.
Open up in there. This is the police.
The police? I've got to get away. Oh, they're closing in on me. There's no escape from this roof.
Let's work our way down from this end of the roof to the other.
They'll never take me alive. Never. I've got 5 bullets. 4 for them and the last for myself.
Take it easy now, Joe. You may be hiding behind one of those chimneys.
Oh, my head. It keeps throbbing so. If I could only think. All this can't be real. It's like a horrible dream. They're coming for me.
Right. They're coming behind that chimney over there. Get them to cover.
They'll never take me alive, never. I'll show them.
Keep down, Mike.
Why don't you come and get me? Afraid to shoot it out with me, huh? I'll show you.
Come on, Mike. His gun is empty.
Oh, empty. You'll never take me alive. Never.
He's climbing up on the ledge. It's 15 stories down.
I'm coming, Judy. I'm coming.
He's going to jump.
I'm falling. Falling. You'll never take me. Never. I'm falling. Falling.
Doctor, the patient's recovering consciousness.
Yes, you're right. He's opening his eyes.
Oh, my head. It throbs so. Where am I? Oh, it was a dream. Not real. Oh, thank heaven.
Now, you must be quiet. You've been in a serious accident.
Accident?
Yes. You were hit by an automobile New Year's morning. Would you mind telling me your name? There weren't any identification papers in your clothing, and we'd like to inform your relatives of what's happened.
My name? It's... I can't remember my name.
I see. Well, what about your address? Can you remember that?
No. No, I can't remember anything.
Now, you mustn't get excited. It'll all come back to you. You received a fractured skull from the accident.
There was a mountain.
Mountain? You mean you live near one?
I don't know. There was a mountain, and the police were chasing me. And I jumped off a high building. It's all mixed up.
You probably dreamed that while you were unconscious. But you're all right now. Just need rest and quiet.
Where am I?
You're in the Park Hospital, Philadelphia.
Philadelphia? What day is it?
It's January 5th, 1947. It's 7:26 in the evening.
And you don't know my name?
No, all we have is your belt buckle with the initials CA.
CA?
Nurse, will you look after the patient now? I'll be in to see him later tonight.
Yes, Doctor. Are you comfortable?
The initials CA. What do you suppose they stand for?
Perhaps the C is for Charles?
Charles? Charles. I don't know.
Well, suppose I call you Charles, just for the time being. I always liked the name Charles.
All right. What's your name?
I'm Miss Thompson, but you can call me Blanche. And Charles, let me be the first to wish you a happy 1947.
This is the mysterious traveler again. Have you enjoyed our little trip? Oh, by the way, I want to wish you all a very happy New Year. And I do hope you'll be careful about making new acquaintances. And perhaps you'd better keep an eye on the old ones, too. For after all, who can foretell the future? Not even Chris Andrews, or should I say Charles Arnold, knows what's in store for him. But we do, don't we? And speaking of the future, Oh, you're getting off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this same time.
You've just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. In tonight's cast were Maurice Tarplin, Stuart Brody, Louise Fitch, Hester Sondergaard, and Mort Lawrence. Original music was played by Doc Whipple. The Mysterious Traveler is written and directed by Bob Arthur and David Cogan. Listen next week over most of these stations to a tale titled
No Grave Can Hold Me.
Another Tale of the Mysterious Traveler. The Mysterious Traveler has been presented from our New York studios. Carl Caruso speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. Rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too, tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Boiling Point.
Kelly never knew exactly when it was that he decided to kill her. Thinking it over afterwards, he realized that murder is something like a pot boiling over. The fire's underneath for a long time and nothing happens. Then all at once, the heat reaches a certain point, and there it blows. And you look back in horror to find you've killed someone. The odd thing, of course, was that right to the end, it wasn't that he hated Janice. She had a kind of charm. She was capable. And she was attractive enough that on the right kind of a spring day, with the sunlight filtering through the leaves of an oak tree, hitting her face just right, a fellow like Kelly might think he was in love with her. At least, that's how it started 3 years ago.
Kelly,
Yes?
another sandwich?
Oh, no, thanks, Janice. I'm full up.
What's happened to your appetite?
I don't know. Maybe it's a symptom.
Oh?
Will you do something for me, Janice?
What, Kelly?
Tell me something honestly.
All right.
I came to this town out of nowhere, really. I'm a failure. 29 years old, been fired from the greatest assortment of jobs in captivity. I meet you at a party. From then on, everything's different.
Is it, Kelly?
Yeah, sure. You gave me a build-up with your boss at the Star Realty Company. He puts me on as a salesman. And suddenly, for the first time in my life, I'm a success. Why?
Well, it's simple. You're a good salesman.
No, that's not what I mean. What I want to know is, why did you do it for me?
Oh.
Now, you said you'd be honest.
Oh, maybe I have the interests of the Star Realty Company at heart.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe I just like you. Come on, have another sandwich. I don't want to take them back.
All right.
I want to go over the escrow papers on that Williamson deal again.
Oh, no, not now. Don't you ever relax?
Well, I'm relaxed.
Come on. Lean back and take your glasses off.
Oh, all right. That better?
Mm-hmm. You ought to take them off more often.
I'm blind as a bat without them.
Well, what's the difference? You're not looking at the wolves. They're looking at you.
Like you're looking at me?
Oh, they better not. I don't want anybody else to look at you like this.
Don't talk like that, Kelly. Not unless you really mean it.
I do mean it, Janice. I'm crazy about you. Oh, I know I'm not much of a guy, and I'll never know why you bothered with me. But, Janice, I want to marry you. You won't be sorry. I'll work hard and be a success.
That's enough, Kelly.
Oh, please listen to me.
I heard all I want to hear when you said you love me. Aren't you going to kiss me, darling?
Just like that, Kelly. A boy, a girl, a picnic on a green knoll at the edge of town, and it's over. She's Janice Jameson now. You have a small home together, and each morning you commute to town in your jobs with the Star Realty Company. But Janice isn't satisfied, Kelly. She talks of nothing but of the two of you in business together, Jameson and Jameson Real Estate Brokers. It would take more than you could ever save on your salaries, of course. And it was about then you began to wonder if she'd ever be satisfied. Perhaps it was then, too, that the fire began to burn under the kettle, and the temperature slowly but surely started to rise.
And here's a letter for Kennelly and Botsworth. Gentlemen, with reference to the lease on the property at Lilium Way and Gladstone Boulevard, we are informed that the present holder
Kelly?
is perfectly... Huh? Oh, yes, Janice?
Can I speak to you for a moment?
Well, I'm tied up. Couldn't it wait?
No, please, right now.
All right. Excuse me, Miss Eldridge. Now, what's it all about?
Kelly, our chance has come.
What are you talking about?
Jameson and Jameson, remember?
Oh, that. All right, Janice. What do we use for money?
Look, it's a teletype from New York offering $40,000 for the corner of 8th and Maple.
But Knowles has an option on that corner for 30, hasn't he?
Did have, you mean? It expired yesterday.
But shouldn't we tell Knowles, give him a chance
He
to...
won't be back until next Wednesday. Well, there's no way I can get in touch with him. Honest, darling, Knowles will be tickled pink when he knows we've grabbed this chance to start on our own. He's a big man, more ways than one.
I know. That's why I...
Listen, Kelly, I tried my best to get Knowles to renew his option. He said that corner would never be worth anything. This means $10,000 for us on a $1,500 investment. Now, you run right down to the bank and get a certified check. I'll teletype New York that Knowles no longer holds the option.
Well, I hope you know what you're doing.
Oh, I do know, and I know something else, too.
Hmm?
In a few days, we'll have a brand new office with a nice glass door reading Jameson and Jameson. And sign that Jameson and Jameson. That's all.
Jameson and Jameson. I'll have it right out.
You made a slight error, Janice.
What?
Not Jameson and Jameson. Jameson and Stooge.
Please, Kelly, let's not get into that again.
Why not?
Here.
Why not? Let's be honest. You've got the brains, I run the errands. You set up the deals on paper, I go through the motions.
Well, that's not true.
This Brewster deal, for instance. A nice, clean little deal. I'm all set to handle it myself.
Kelly, you're just being silly. There were just a few things you hadn't considered. I thought it might help if I wrote them out for you, that's all.
There's something I don't think you realize yet, Angel. I'm really not a backward kid at all. Why, you act like I'm not quite bright.
You're wrong, Kelly. I think you're the best salesman in the business. Besides, you're my husband and I love you. Now, what difference does it make which one of us does
None.
what?
But why can't you give me credit for some intelligence once in a while?
Kelly, listen.
Why, you're not my wife anymore. You're a business machine.
Darling.
As cold as a piece of steel.
You don't realize what you're saying.
Sit down. I'm not through.
Kelly, no.
For once, you're going to listen. I'm your husband, Janice.
Kelly.
Your business partner.
Please.
Not a pet spaniel you lead around on a leash.
Kelly.
Janice. Janice! Oh, Janice, I'm sorry. Oh, good Lord.
Yes, Mr. Jameson?
This is Mr. Jameson. Get a doctor up here. Hurry. I think Mrs. Jameson had a heart attack.
Looking down at her now, you have a queer sense of guilt when you realize that you've actually been wishing something like this would happen. Anything to free you, give you back your independence and self-respect. Yes, Kelly, you're sorry and ashamed. And you almost take the kettle off the fire before it reaches the boiling point, particularly as you hear the doctor telling you it was a heart attack. That Janice will have to stay in bed and rest, with a day nurse in attendance. But that's what changes it all right back again. The nurse's name is Vera, and there's something like music in the deep, cloudy blue of her eyes. Something about her voice, the youthful grace of her that sets your heart racing, makes you think that here is everything you missed in your marriage to Janice.
Good morning, Vera. How's the patient?
I just don't know, Mr. Jameson.
Kelly.
Mr. Jameson.
Check.
She seems to think the doctor's all wrong, that it's silly to think of heart trouble at her age.
Well, that's the way she is.
Well, something has to be done about it. She says it's all foolish and that she's going to get up and go back to work.
I know. I've been over that with her several times.
Well, you ought to talk to her, Mr. Jameson.
Kelly, what good would it do for me to talk to her?
Well, after all, you are her husband.
Yeah, sometimes I wonder.
What do you mean?
Oh, stupid.
Kelly, is that you?
Oh. Yes, Janice, I'm coming.
It was sweet of you to take me home, Mr. Jameson.
Kelly.
Why do you keep insisting that I call you Kelly?
Do I?
Every night you've taken me home. How long has it been now? 3 weeks? 4?
23 days.
Oh, did you keep a record of it?
Uh-huh. In the back of my head. If you want details, I can tell you what happened on every one of those days, too.
You have a very good memory.
It's easy when you have a reason to remember.
You ought to go on the stage. Professor Jameson's Memory Act or something. Well, I'd better go in now.
Oh, no, please. Just a minute more.
I've got some work to do. I might go on another case soon, and...
Another case? Vera, what are you talking about?
Well, I won't be on this one forever, you know.
But, Vera, it's out of the question. She's a sick woman alone in the house, and... Oh, why lie about it? I think you know why I'm talking this way, Vera.
Yes, I do.
I love you.
I'd better go in
Oh,
now.
no, Vera,
Kelly, please.
Vera, darling.
Kelly.
I know.
If only you were free.
I'll be free, Vera. I'll...
What do you mean, Kelly?
I don't know, Vera. I don't know.
With the prologue of Boiling Point, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. Friends, this being the first program of March, I'm reminded of that old saying, in like a lamb, out like a lion. With Signal gasoline, it's always that way. It goes into your car as a clear, innocent-looking liquid. But once inside your motor, it generates the power of a lion. Lithe, eager power that's quick to spurt ahead in crowded traffic or to send you springing effortlessly up steep grades in high with nary a ping of complaint. But while Signal's power may be likened to a lion, you'll find that your car's appetite for Signal gasoline is gratifyingly small. That's because the extra efficiency which today's Signal gets from your motor naturally means extra mileage, too. So when it comes right down to it, your speedometer is really the best yardstick of gasoline quality. That's why Signal says, to be sure of the tops in gasoline quality, there are just two things to remember. One, in gasoline, it takes extra quality to go farther. And two, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now back to the Whistler.
It was strange, Kelly. You didn't know it, but that night in the car, the last night you took Vera home, a murder was taking shape. A murder made of several things. Of your love for Vera, of Jameson and Jameson, and $20,000 in the company account. And naturally of Janice. She'd never give you up, Kelly. You're sure of that. And the next day, as you sit alone in your office, you're wondering about alternatives. Puzzled, even a little frightened by the sudden, impulsive thing that popped into your head as you said goodnight to Vera.
I'll be free, Vera.
What do you mean, Kelly?
Yes, Kelly. What did you mean? You thrust it out of your mind. Try to concentrate on the stack of letters in your desk. And then, just before noon.
Jameson speaking.
Kelly, this is Mac.
Oh, hi. Hi, Mac. What's on your mind?
I've been trying to reach you people. I may have run onto something. I'm not sure.
Well, what is it?
Well, I had dinner last night with one of the lawyers from Mayberry and Company.
Yeah?
He had a few drinks and sort of got to talking.
Oh, about what?
A property deal. It seems that Mayberry and Company are going to put up a 6-story branch on the corner of 84th and Pine.
What? Why, that's way out in the middle of nowhere.
It's straight stuff, Kelly.
Oh, say, anybody else know about this?
I don't think so. The whole thing's been on the QT. They picked up that corner for a song. Wish I'd had it.
Well, never mind that. Maybe the surrounding property will go for the same kind of a song.
That's what I wondered about.
Why, in a year, maybe 18 months, there'll be a whole community out there. And if we had the lots, why, the sky's the limit.
You think so?
Oh, no doubt about it. Gee, I'm glad you called me, Mac.
Yeah, well, I really wanted to talk to Janice, Kelly. If she thinks it sounds
well,
like...
Janice isn't well, you know that.
Yeah.
Now, look, we'll have to move fast on this, Mac. I'll tell you what we'll do.
Wait a minute, Kelly. Not that fast. It's a $40,000 investment. I'm not going ahead until we have her opinion.
What's the matter with you? I'm running the office now.
Maybe not. This is a big thing.
I realize that, Mac.
You're lucky to have someone like Janice to turn to.
Yeah, but, Mac,
Listen, either talk it over with her or count me out, Kelly. I have a lot of faith.
Skip it. I'll get back to you.
Okay, I'll be waiting.
Oh, Janice. What does he take me for? I'll go ahead with it alone if he doesn't want to... What? Janice.
Surprise. Am I interrupting something big?
Well, never mind that. What are you doing here? I thought
that I belonged in bed? I know, Dr. Allen thought the same thing. But today he had to admit it was all brought on by strain, overwork. The rest did it. I'm fit as a fiddle.
Yeah, but
I'm back on the job, that's all. Aren't you glad, darling?
Why, of course, naturally. But, what about Vera?
What about Vera? Well, I dismissed her. Is that what you mean?
Well, do you think it was the wise thing to do?
Don't you? Anyhow, now I'm well. I certainly don't need a nurse. Well, tell me, what are you so excited about? Who are you talking to?
Oh, it wasn't anything.
Oh, now don't tell me that. You're bursting with it. Come on, you've had a hot tip. Well, tell me about it, darling. Who's buying what from who, and who thinks we ought to be in on it?
I tell you, it's nothing, Janice. All right. It was Mac.
Oh?
Yeah, listen. Mayberry and Company are building at 84th and Pine. We've got a chance to buy the surrounding lots.
And you're all for it?
Well, who wouldn't be?
Me.
What? Now, wait a minute. This is the biggest thing that's ever hit this office.
It sure is, and it could knock us flat. No, we're not going into it without examining
But
it
there isn't
thoroughly.
time.
Then it isn't a deal.
Isn't the deal? Janice, do you realize what you're saying?
So, if we can't look before we leap, it's not for us, Kelly. I suppose Mac has it wrong.
Oh.
What if they don't build? Then we're left with a row of weed-covered lots that'll never be worth a thing.
Yeah, but if they do build...
It's a mighty big if. Now, where did Mac hear about it?
Oh, one of their lawyers. He had dinner with them. The guy started talking.
Why?
What do you mean, why? He had some drinks, that's why.
Are you sure? How well does Mac know?
Oh, for the love of...
How do we know it wasn't a setup to get all of us worrying about the 84th Street section while they quietly buy up things somewhere else in town?
Janice, you have to take chances sometimes.
Sure you do. I've taken plenty of chances. But not with every cent we've got.
But we might make enough to pull out to forget the whole business.
Is that what you want to do, Kelly?
What do you mean? Why don't you say what's on your mind? That you're as suspicious of me as you are of every one of your deals. It's
Kelly.
the truth, Janice.
Oh, you're wrong, darling. I've always trusted you, even while I was ill. If you think I'm suspicious of you, there must be a reason.
Maybe there is.
No, you don't mean that. Listen, Kelly. It was 2 years ago today we bought the cabin. Do you remember?
Yes, and we've been up there once since.
Let's go once more, Kelly, right now, right away.
Oh, but what about the Mayberry deal? Mac is waiting to hear from us.
Let's forget that. At least till we get back from the cabin. Maybe we can think more clearly up there. And when we come back, we may feel differently about a lot of things.
I don't know. I'm supposed to drive out to the Paxtons tomorrow. They want an appraisal on the ranch. Maybe some other time, Janice.
You can go by the Paxtons, too. From their place, you can come up the back road to the cabin.
What?
I'll drive up the main road and meet you there tomorrow afternoon.
What time?
2 o'clock, Kelly.
All right, Janice. 2 o'clock at the cabin. I'll be waiting for you.
At the moment you agree to meet Janice, the kettle is beginning to boil, isn't it, Kelly? The first tiny bubbles are rising dangerously close to the rim, threatening to pour over, and there's no way to stop them. It's the same the next day as you drive up to the cabin. And grinding up the narrow mountain road, you admit to yourself that the Paxton Ranch was just an excuse, that you weren't even thinking of keeping your appointment there. You were thinking of an old wooden bridge, a bridge over a 200-foot drop straight down, a bridge that Janice would have to cross to reach the cabin. What you have to do is simple. A few bolts removed from the right places and the bridge is ready. Its loosened ancient support certain to give way under the weight of the next car to cross. You stand at the brink for a moment looking down, then walk back to the cabin. Approaching the porch, you stop suddenly, staring. Mac's car is there, parked next to yours. You move forward stiffly, slowly, wondering if Mac saw you at the bridge. At the door, you take a deep breath and brace yourself before going inside.
Well, decided to come back, huh?
Oh, hello, Mac.
Didn't think it'd be long.
You mean you saw me when you drove up?
Nope. Just saw that good scotch on the table.
Oh, yeah. I was just out back checking the wood supply.
Oh.
Say, what brings you up here, Mac? I should think you'd be in town hard after that deal.
Well, the town end of it's okay, Kelly, under control. All I need is your signature.
What?
Tried to catch you at the Paxton place, but you didn't show, so I figured you decided to skip it.
Oh, yeah. I thought I could keep.
Sure, but the Mayberry thing can't. Here, sign this thing and I'll be on my way.
Oh, Mac, I meant to get back to you. I talked to Janice, and she isn't interested.
What? Well, that's not what she told me.
What? You talked to her?
This morning. She was worried about my tip, but that lawyer's a good friend of mine. She's convinced.
And she signed already?
Uh-huh. Now you, okay?
Oh, sure, okay. Say, give me the pen. Right here?
Yeah, that's it.
Well, there you are.
Good.
And now you better get back. We don't want any slip-ups, huh? You came up the back road, didn't you?
Yeah, but I'll go back by the front road. It's faster.
Oh, I don't think so, Mac. I take the other way.
No, I'm in a hurry.
But
what?
Look, Mac. Look, do me a favor before you go, will you, fella? Run over these papers on the Paxton property. See if you think my ideas are right.
Gosh, I don't know. Didn't Janice go over 'em?
Oh, yeah, sure. But Paxton's a pretty tough guy to handle, and I'll need all the ideas I can get. Look it over, will you? I'll be right back.
You're trembling as you go out of the door, aren't you, Kelly? Because everything is ruined if you can't talk Mac out of driving down the front road and over the bridge. You've got to stop him, or keep him from leaving at all. You wanted to get rid of him, wanted to tell your own story of the accident. But now you have to settle for the next best thing. If only you can keep him here, if there's something you can do. You glance at his car parked next to yours. Hurry over to it, lift the hood. It won't take a minute to fix it so the car won't start. You just get the hood down again as Mac comes out of the cabin waving the papers.
Hey, these look fine to me, Kelly. I'd say you'd covered all the angles.
Oh, you think so?
As far as I can see. Here, I better be on my way. Can't let any grass grow under our feet on this one.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Yeah. But, what's the matter with this thing? I'm sure it's got gas.
Well, maybe there's a vapor lock in the gas line.
No, she ought to start. I better have a look.
Hey, listen, Mac.
Huh?
Listen, that sounds like a car coming up the front road.
Oh, it is a car. Well, that settles it. I gotta wait a little while now. One-way road, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's right, Mac. You just have to wait. I guess it's Janice. She's meeting me here this afternoon. Supposed to get here about 2.
Oh, that reminds me, Kelly. I forgot to talk.
Hey, Mac.
Huh?
Mac, that's not Janice's car.
No, it isn't, is it? Here, Kelly, I meant to give you this.
Hey, Mac. Mac, that's Vera's car.
Okay, so it's Vera. Maybe this...
Come on. We've got to stop her, Mac. She'll go through the bridge.
What are you talking about?
It's a trap. I thought Janice would be driving up, and I weakened the supports.
You planned that for
Yes,
Janice?
yes. Help me, Mac. Help me. Vera! Stop!
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, in place of the little chat about one of Signal's products or services that we usually have at this point on the Whistler, Signal Oil Company is giving this time tonight for an announcement in the interest of public welfare. Once each year in March, we're asked to think of those who, in time of unexpected emergency, need the quick, friendly help that you and I make possible through the Red Cross. Just who are these people? Why, they're the victims of disasters such as earthquake, flood, fire, wreck, or epidemic. Disasters that can strike any one of us any time without warning. Who else? Millions of discharged veterans and their dependents have called on the Red Cross for a helping hand. And don't forget the thousands of hospitalized veterans who may depend on the Red Cross for a long time to come for their recreation and entertainment, their letter writing, shopping, and other assistance. These are just a few of the hundreds of ways the Red Cross is called upon to help every day. It's going to take $75 million to answer all the calls for help the Red Cross will receive this year. So give as generously as you can, remembering that you're the lucky one to be in a position to give help rather than to need help. And now back to the Whistler.
Yes, Kelly, it was strange, wasn't it? The way it sneaked up on you. The way the temperature rose slowly, quietly to the boiling point. Now, with the temperature back at 0, Vera lies dead in the wreckage at the bottom of the gorge beneath the bridge. The bridge whose supports you'd hacked away to trap Janice, your wife, so you'd be free to marry Vera. And as you stare down in fascinated horror, the words of Mac begin to penetrate the cloud of fog surrounding your brain.
If you hadn't been so insistent on my going over those Paxton papers, this might not have happened.
Paxton papers?
That's right. I had a note for you from Janice.
Janice?
Yeah, she decided not to come and asked me to deliver this when I got here. Every time I tried to tell you about it, you interrupted me. Here, you'd better read it while I phone the police.
The police? Oh, wait a minute, Mac.
I can't wait, Kelly. I've got to report a murder. Better take a look at Janice's note.
Yes. I guess I had, Mac. Why not? Dear Kelly, I decided not to meet you at the cabin. For a long time, I felt you no longer loved me. Now I'm sure. I had it out with Vera after you left yesterday. At first, she denied everything, then admitted the two of you were in love. I was tempted to tell her she couldn't have you. Then I realized you weren't worth the fight. So I'm going to Reno, and you'll be free. I have an idea Vera will join you at the cabin. She's your kind, Kelly. I hope you both will be happy. Janet.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Wednesday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil, and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Wally Mayer and Betty Lou Gerson. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen, with story by Joe Pagano and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next Wednesday, for a full hour of mystery over most of these stations, tune in a half hour earlier. Enjoy The Saint as well as The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Mysterious Traveler, written, produced, and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Copeland, and starring two of radio's foremost personalities, Lyle Sudrow and Robert Donnelly, in Behind the Locked Door. This is the Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, and it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can, as I bring you the strange and chilling stories so many of you have asked to hear again. I call it Behind the Locked Door. Our story begins in the beautiful mountain region of Lake Mead, Arizona. A convertible car is speeding along a deserted road which winds through the mountains. The car slows down, turns into a dirt road. A few minutes later, it comes to a stop before a small mountain lodge. Kathy Evans, an attractive girl in her early 20s, gets out of the car, runs up the steps of the lodge to the front door. She knocks impatiently, looking about anxiously.
Yes?
Martin.
Kathy.
I thought I'd find you here. Aren't you going to ask me?
Go away, Kathy.
Martin, what's wrong?
Go away. Go away.
Not until I find out what this is all about. So let me in. Are you alone?
Hello? Yes.
Darling, look at yourself. You haven't shaved in days. Martin, those deep gashes on your neck and face. How did you get them?
It doesn't matter.
Darling, you must have lost a great deal of blood. And you're feverish.
Yes, I know.
Is it true about Professor Stevens?
Yes.
Why did you leave town so suddenly last night? The authorities are looking for you.
Do they know I'm here?
No. How could they? It was intuition that brought me here.
They mustn't find me.
Martin, nothing makes sense. You returned from an expedition last night alone, unexpected. You stay in town 1 hour and then vanish. Not even phoning me.
It's best that way, believe me, Kathy.
You've got to tell me everything that's happened.
I can't, Kathy, I can't.
I'm your fiancé. I've got a right to know.
Kathy, go away, please.
I won't go away until you tell me what's happened.
If I do, then will you go?
Yes.
I don't know where to begin. I suppose if you can say it had a beginning, it was that day a little over 2 weeks ago in Professor Stevens' office.
Come in, Martin. Come in. Have a seat.
Thank you, Professor.
Martin, how would you like to go exploring with me for, say, 10 days, 2 weeks at the outside?
Exploring where?
The Vermilion Cliffs along the Colorado River. I found some wonderful Aztec pieces there last summer. One large cave I stumbled on proved to be a veritable treasure trove.
Yes, I've seen those Aztec pieces in the University Museum.
Now, the Vermilion Cliffs still remain largely unexplored. I'm sure that we could turn up many more objects of interest.
It certainly sounds intriguing. The only reason I hesitate, Professor, is because of Kathy.
Oh, I'm sure she'd give you a 2-week leave of absence.
Yes, I suppose so. How many of us would go?
Well, it would just be you, myself, and an Indian guide, and 3 burros. I find that the fewer there are on an expedition, the better.
Mm-hmm. When would we leave?
Well, what about the day after tomorrow?
All right, Professor, I'm with you. So these are the Vermilion Cliffs, Professor.
Yes. An awe-inspiring sight, aren't they?
They're as breathtaking as the Grand Canyon itself. I had no idea they towered so high.
Yes, they make you realize just how insignificant man really is.
Yeah.
Now, this region is so desolate, Martin, that it's all but unexplored. That's why I'm drawn to it time and time again.
Yes, I can understand that. It represents the challenge of the unknown.
Careful, Martin. You'll get the exploring bug.
Oh, I've already been bitten, Professor.
Well, if you're going to be an explorer and an archaeologist, I'll have to start teaching you the fundamentals of the profession. Sam, it seems like a good spot. We'll camp here for the night.
Phew. Well, it certainly is hot, Professor. Exploring isn't as easy as I thought. All right, Professor, what is it? For 20 minutes now, you've been sitting on that rock staring at that cliff.
Note the boulders strewn over the face of that cliff.
What about them?
And that's a very peculiar landslide. If you carefully study the formation of it...
What's peculiar about it?
Many of the rocks look as though they'd been placed there by human hand.
But why, and by whom?
Well, one of the ancient Aztec forms of punishment was to seal a person in a cave by means of a landslide or just piling heavy rocks in front of the mouth of the cave.
That landslide, there must be hundreds of tons of rock there.
Yes. Well, fortunately, we're prepared for it.
Is that why you brought the dynamite along?
Yes. Probably all we'll find will be a skeleton. In that case, it'll have been a waste of dynamite. However, we'll chance it. Oh, Sam.
What do you want?
Get the case of dynamite, Sam. I'm going to blast that landslide.
Professor, better leave it same way it be.
Why?
Evil spirit sleep in cave. Better not wake him up.
You really believe that, Martin? I wouldn't laugh. Sam may be uneducated, but he senses things that you and I can't even begin to comprehend.
Well, now, wait a minute. You mean you believe what he said about evil being asleep in that cave?
I wouldn't say that I believe it. But nevertheless, I respect Sam's opinion. But Sam, I still want to blast that landslide.
Hey, get dynamite.
Keep your head down, Martin. When I set that dynamite off, there are going to be a great many rocks flying around.
Don't worry, Professor. I've got cover.
Sam, you ready?
Yes, Professor.
All right. Here goes. Keep your heads down. All right. It's safe now.
Professor, I think you did it. I can see a small opening. It looks like a mouth of a cave.
Yes, it is. Sam, let me have one of the flashlights. Martin, you take the other. I'll lead the way in.
Just as you say, Professor.
The air doesn't seem too bad in here. Yes, it's all right.
Yeah. What's that noise?
Just rats scurrying around. Oh. Certainly a huge cavern. Look at that ceiling. Must be 200 feet high.
Look at the bats up there.
Yes, huge ones. I have a feeling that this cavern and others extend for miles underground.
Professor, look.
Skeleton.
Yes. There's another one over there.
Yes. Let's see what else there is.
Wagon train.
What? Good Lord. Sam's right. It's a wagon train.
A wagon train?
Yes. There are at least 30 or 40 wagons in this cavern. Look. Skeletons of horses.
Here's a skeleton with an arrow beside it.
Let me see it. Appears to be a Navajo arrow. What do you think, Sam?
Navajo. Professor, this wagon train, what's it all mean?
Well, many years ago, this wagon train was attacked by Indians. Wagon train retreated into this cavern, hoping to save themselves that way.
And then the Indians caused the landslide, sealing them in.
Yes.
Poor devils.
Notice that old gun lying there.
Yeah.
The flintlock. Seems to suggest that this wagon train must be at least 100 years old.
Yeah, probably headed for the California gold rush of 1848.
Yes. Well, we'll come back tomorrow and search this wagon train thoroughly. I'm sure we'll find many things of great interest.
The next morning, after an early breakfast, Sam and I followed Professor Stevens back into the cavern. We spent the morning investigating the trunks and boxes we found on the wagons. And among the moldy clothing and 101 household articles, we found faded letters and newspapers which showed the wagon train had crossed the Mississippi in the summer of 1849, headed west for California and gold. We finished rummaging among the effects of the wagons, and the professor suggested we explore the cavern. We followed him from one cavern to another, each varying in size. Now and then the professor would stop to mark our trail, for the caverns were honeycombed with countless passageways. How far do you think we've come, Professor?
I should say we're about a mile from the wagon train. We'll go back a few more minutes.
We go back now. Displaced evil.
Now, Sam, if there are ghosts here, they're only the ghosts of the people in the wagon train. They wouldn't harm us.
I tell you, evil. Feel it. All right. We'll go back.
We'll go just a little further. Then turn back.
Professor, wait a minute.
What is it, Martin?
I think I hear running water.
Yes, you're right. Come along.
We seem to be getting closer.
Yes.
Evil all around us.
Can't be much further.
Well, there it is. Yeah. It's a small river. Look how swiftly it's flowing.
It probably flows for miles underground and it empties into the Colorado River.
Say, Professor, here along the bank, there's a tremendous pile of fish bones.
Yes, so there is.
Look. There are even more on the other side of the river. What are these huge piles of fish bones mean?
It's very strange.
How do you account for it?
I'm afraid that at the moment I can't. Sam, you any ideas about it?
He is a little stronger on us. Feel him strong. Professor, he's trembling.
Sam, there's nothing to be afraid of. Look, I'll shine my flashlight around, see?
We're being watched. Watched? What are you talking about? Won't stay here. I go.
Sam, come back. You haven't even got a flashlight. Sam! Come on, Mark. We've got to catch him. Sam! Wait for us.
I can still hear his footsteps.
We've got to catch him. In the really stop a serious injury running in the dark like that. Sam! Wait for us.
Professor, it's Sam. Screamer.
This way. That fool's probably broken his leg.
Sounds more like a fight.
Fight? Who could he possibly be fighting with?
I don't know. He stopped.
Sam, where are you? Keep shining the flashlight around. Can't be much further. Sam!
There he is. He's just sitting against that boulder. His head down.
Sam, give me a hand with him.
Good Lord. His face. Neck. Who could have done this to him? I don't know, but there must be an explanation. There has to be.
Martin, I have a theory. But it's so incredible that I can't bring myself to voice it. Tell me. What do you think I'm in?
Tell me.
What if the people of the wagon train, or rather the descendants, are alive here in these huge caverns?
That's impossible.
Why? Picture what happened the day the 150 people or so were sealed into this mountain with the Indians. What would have been the first thing they'd have done?
Try to dig their way out.
Exactly. They start digging and find there are 100-ton boulders blocking the entrance, and they have no dynamite. They're forced to give up.
Yes?
They spend days looking for another way out, fail to find one. The day comes when all their food's gone. Starvation sets in.
All right. Then that would mean they would all die.
Not necessarily. The strongest of them stumble along in the darkness and find the underground river. They catch an abundance of fish and are able to survive.
The huge fish bone piles along the river.
The river was an everlasting supply of food. They continue to live by the river in the dark. Some probably went insane, died. Others adjusted themselves to their new environment.
Professor, you think those handful of survivors had descendants who are alive today inside this mountain?
Yes, Martin. And it was one of them who clawed Sam to death.
What can those descendants be like? Being born and living in darkness.
I can only guess. I should imagine they'd be blind or near to it. But their other senses would be remarkably developed.
Their physical appearance.
I don't know.
It's all like a nightmare. A nightmare you can't awaken from. What's to prevent them from attacking us?
And our flashlights, for one thing. I'm sure light frightens them, just as fire frightens animals. Fortunately, I have a revolver.
Well, we better move on. Wait a minute. What about Sam?
And nothing we can do for him now. Come along, Martin. We must find the trail I marked so that we can get out of here.
Seems we've been searching days for the markings you left.
Yes. Actually, it's been 10 hours.
Listen, what? The river.
Yes. Come along. Once we reach the river, we'll be able to pick up the trail I marked.
Well, we're getting closer.
Yes.
There it is. Here we are. Look, Martin, there's my marking on the passageway. We found the trail. Yes. Martin, 2 a.m. We'd better rest for a few hours. We're both too exhausted to go on right now. Just one of us stand guard, and the other sleep. All right. I'll set up the first hour. Thank you, Martin. Keep the flashlight on. Don't worry. I will. In a matter of minutes, the professor fell asleep. I sat on guard, flashing my light slowly around the huge cabin. I looked at my watch, and the seconds seemed like minutes, and the minutes like hours. My eyes grew heavy, and I finally dozed off. Suddenly, I awakened in the darkness to hear the professor screaming.
Martin, help me! Turn on the flashlight!
Frantic, frantically, I fumbled in the darkness, but I couldn't find it. And suddenly, I was shot. By the flashes of the gun, I could see the professor struggling with a huge, dark figure. And suddenly, all was quiet, except for the professor's moan. As I crawled toward him, in the darkness, my hand struck the flashlight. I turned it on, and there was the professor. Martin, I think I'm wounded. You're bleeding badly. Let me stanch you. Too late. Please, there's one. There's one. But what about you? Professor? Professor! I felt his heart, but there was no beat. I staggered to my feet, shined my flashlight around until I found the professor's marking. I stumbled wearily along the marked passageway, trying not to remember my last glimpse of the professor's face. I hadn't gone more than 100 yards when suddenly my flashlight flickered and went out. As I stood alone in the darkness, rats scampering past, I fought to keep from screaming. The darkness seemed to become heavier and more oppressive with each passing moment, and I had the feeling something was silently approaching. I backed up against the passage wall and waited, my eyes straining in the darkness, and then suddenly I was leaped upon by a wild fury. I threw my arms up as razor-like claws breaking my face and neck. Again and again, the guard was savage was knocked aside, and I could feel the blood streaming down my face and neck. And then suddenly the deathly clawing ceased as my attacker turned to ward off something in the dark. As I sank to my knees, I was dimly aware of a fierce fight taking place, and then consciousness left me. Later. How much later, I have no way of knowing. I became aware of a heavy, calloused hand washing my face and neck with water. I winced in pain as the water flowed into the deep cuts, and then suddenly I remembered all. And remembering all, became aware of the calloused hand washing my face and the presence of someone beside me in the darkness. Who are you? For a moment, the hand hesitated, then resumed washing my neck. Oh, can't you speak? Say something. A noise came from its throat that was more that of an animal than a human being. If I could only see you. Do you have a name? It spoke. Seemed to repeat the word name, though I couldn't be sure. And faint from the loss of blood, I closed my eyes and fell asleep. When I awoke, my face and neck felt stiff and painful. It seemed to sense I was awake, for as I opened my eyes and stared into the darkness, it came to my side. Can't you understand anything at all? Don't my words make any sense to you? Why did you save my life? My hand brushed against its hand. And I could feel the sharp, claw-like fingers on it. I reached out in the darkness as I touched its face. It bit my hand. I tried to get to my feet, but it placed a strong hand on my shoulder and held me down. At that moment, I realized that not only was it my savior, but my jailer as well. I lost all track of time. Now and then, it would leave me. And I would cautiously get to my feet to steal off, but no sooner had I taken more than a few steps than it would be there at my side, forcing me to return to the bank of the river. I spent my every waking moment trying to think of a way to escape. And then, when my despair was greatest, an idea came to me. The professor had said that the underground river I lay beside emptied into the Colorado River. Though the odds were 100 to 1 against my surviving, I knew it was the only possible way of escape. Slowly, I crawled a few remaining feet to the edge of the river and, leaning over, started to wash my face. I could sense that it was watching me. I leaned forward a few inches more and fell into the river. As I came up for air in the swift flowing water, I heard a splash beside me. A moment later, I felt its arms around me. The current swept us along with breathtaking speed, and as we clung to each other, I discovered that it couldn't swim. For what seemed hours, the river swept us along in the darkness, and I felt myself losing consciousness as I attempted to keep the two of us above water. When I regained consciousness, Kathy, we were both lying on a sandbar in the Colorado River, and the sun was beating down on us.
Darling, you're delirious from your wounds. You need a doctor.
I wish it were simple as all that.
You're feverish. You need care.
Go away, Kathy. Go away.
How can I? Leaving you alone like this?
Don't you understand? I'm not alone. She's here.
She's here?
Yes. Didn't I tell you? Turned out to be a she.
You're out of your mind. You don't know what you're saying.
First saw her that first time. Lying unconscious on that sandbar, my first instinct was to leave her there, but how could I? She saved my life in the cavern and then jumped into the river when she thought I was drowning, even though she couldn't swim herself.
Martin, I want you to get a grip on yourself.
As I was dependent on her in the dark, she's dependent on me in the light. She's blind. She can't speak yet. She...
Stop talking like that.
You can't believe it's true, can you, Kathy? Neither could I at first.
What are you staring at? Is there anyone in that bedroom? Well, I'll soon find out. Why is the door locked?
She's in there.
Martin, you're sick. You don't know what you're saying. I'll prove to you there's no one in that room. It's just your imagination. Give me the key to the door.
Kathy, go
Give
away.
it to me. Thank you. Perhaps when you see the room is empty, you'll be willing to return to town for medical treatment. There. I told you.
This is the mysterious traveler again. Did you enjoy our trip? What's that, madam? You want a description of what Kathy saw when she opened that bedroom door? Well, you might ask Kathy. The only trouble is the poor girl gets hysterical when you question her about the occupant of that bedroom. I suggest you write a letter to the Museum of Horrors for a full description. They consider the Woman of the Mountain as their star exhibit. Because when she... Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at the same time.
have just heard The Mysterious Traveler. You may now enjoy other exciting adventures of The Mysterious Traveler in the current issue of The Mysterious Traveler magazine. In our cast, Lyle Sudrow, Ann Shepard, and Robert Donnelly, with Maurice Tarplin in the title role. Phil Tarkin speaking. This program came to you from New York. Mutual's ace commentator Cecil Brown, currently on a 3-month fact-finding tour of the world, heads for the Orient on the last lap of his history-making trip. In these last weeks, Mr. Brown will bring you on-the-scene reports from such tinderbox areas as India, Hong Kong, Hawaii, Japan, and Honolulu. You won't want to miss any of the eyewitness accounts by this able commentator of the latest happenings in these headline-making spots of the world. Be sure to listen to the news reports of Cecil Brown over most of these stations. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The Whistler. Presented by the United States Air Forces in Europe.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Perilous Meeting.
There was a girl at the wheel of the big convertible alongside the harbor warehouse.
Frank?
Good girl, Doris. You're right on time.
Frank, it is you. Saved me.
Well, not quite. Get going. Leave the lights off.
Where to?
Somewhere where we can talk.
My place?
Oh, no. No, turn here.
Right.
Captain of the Malaga said Pier 12 would be deserted. We can drive out to the end of it and talk there.
You are being careful.
Well, I have to be. I trust you and Ben Watson, Doris, that's all. Anybody else would just love to know that Frank Gentry was back from Manila and back in business.
You're taking quite a chance, Frank. You're high on the government's undesirable aliens list.
Oh, this is a big deal, sweetheart. Worth a chance. Oh, here's Pier 12. Now, right out to the end.
Great place for a conference.
Safe place, anyway. Yeah, this is fine.
No.
Now, Doris, we got time for a kiss, huh? It's been a long time, baby.
Yes, it has. Was the trip all right?
That was okay. Just a handful of passengers. Only one of them worried me.
Well, the captain didn't know you.
No, the captain isn't a worry. He makes a business of getting people where they want to go. There was another guy on board.
Well, you've certainly lost him now. The signals work. Everybody did his part.
Including you, baby. I won't forget it.
I don't think you will, Frank. I won't let you. Well, what's the plan?
Like I said, Doris, lots of people will be watching for me. That's why you'll pick up the plates.
Plate? Well, I always said a quick way to make money is to print your own.
And this'll be perfect stuff. Garando did the engraving.
Garando? I thought he was deported, sent back to Mexico.
That's our deal. We're getting them back in the country in exchange for the plates.
Just how is this little miracle to be accomplished?
Simple, sweetheart. The modern medium of flight.
Oh, sure.
It'll work. It happens tomorrow night.
Tomorrow? Look, Frank, I'll help all I can, but I'm not taking the chance of walking into an airport and being...
Airport? You think I'm crazy? He's landing in Morristown.
Morristown?
An abandoned mining town in Nevada.
Oh.
Then Watson found it. Nobody's been there in years. Oh, here. And a map. You'll need it. I'd go up there myself, but like I said, there was one guy on the boat that worried me. I'd rather lay low for a while.
Now, I just go there and wait?
Right. At the Buckhorn Hotel. Name's still on the front. And you'll be okay. I wouldn't let you take any chances. Here.
What's this?
Money? Real money. You'll have to pay the pilot $500. Get Garando into a motel someplace outside of Vegas.
Frank, you're quite a guy. You really know how to set things up.
This time I'm going to make one big killing and then stay clear of this stuff. Now, what's the matter? Don't go getting sore. Where you going?
Well, I just want a breath of air, that's all.
Hey, now, baby. What's wrong? Look, I appreciate how you feel. I mean, thinking I might get hurt.
Frank, I do worry about you.
Oh, good, baby, good. Only...
Frank, please. Hold me.
Sure.
Hold me tight.
Yeah. That better?
That's perfect.
Doris, what a...
I've just made sure, Frankie. Made sure of $100,000 just for me.
Thunder and occasional stabs of lightning silhouetted the abandoned mining town of Morristown against the darkening skies. The deserted Silver Slipper Saloon and other skeleton buildings are still there, but leaning against each other for support. Inside the Buckhorn Hotel, you feel comfortable and safely alone as you cross the wooden-floored lobby. And then...
Well,
what?
Hello.
Who?
Up here, lady, on the balcony. Or what's left of it.
Well, who are you?
Name's Rick Carlin. I'm not the hotel detective. Someplace, huh? I'll be right down.
It's a shock, isn't it, Dora? Finding someone else here in the old hotel. You thought you'd be very much alone and wanted to be. It's so necessary to what's ahead, isn't it? But now there's this stranger, Rick Carlin. You wonder what he wants, what he might know. You wonder about Frank's remarks about the man on the boat who worried him.
There. The old fireplace seems to draw just fine.
Yes.
You know, you're not the most talkative person in the world.
Well, I'm sorry. You see, what's that?
Sound like a car stopping. That is. Station wagon. We're going to have more company. Funny, isn't it?
Funny?
This little burg's been a ghost town for years, and then all of a sudden something brings it back to life.
I don't know what you mean. Seems to me it's just coincidence.
Sure. Coincidence, that's what it is. Well, come in, folks, out of the storm. Come on. Warm yourselves by the fire.
Oh, thanks, mister. Sure looks inviting. Come on, Sally. We're the Masons, Mac and Sally. A tourist.
Mac and Sally. Nice to know you. I'm Rick Carlin.
How do you do?
And this...
Doris Evans.
Glad to know you.
Oh, now this is real chummy, huh? What brought you folks to the party?
Party? Sure, party. We're probably just like you. Wanted to wait to see if this storm let up. We saw a car in front. Figured somebody knew something. I mean about the right place to stay.
Uh-huh. Well, this is the right place, right, Miss Evans?
Well, it's very quaint.
Golly, this fire sure helps.
All we need are the hot-buttered rum.
Hey, how about that? I got a little something out in the car. No hot buttered rums, but hang on, folks. I'll see what I can stir up.
Yeah, like I said, things are sure getting chummy.
Yes, aren't they? It's sure nice of you people to let us share your fire.
Oh, anything to help in a storm.
Hey, how do you like this? Number 5.
What did you say?
Got another guest coming. Can you imagine? The buckhorn's fancy enough. This fellow looks like kind of a gent.
Where is he?
Across the street. Just got out of a big Cadillac. You were right, Mr. Collin. This is a party.
Well, Doris, now you have other visitors to worry about. You wonder how much each knows or how little. You're only sure of the latest arrival, who turns out to be Frank Gentry's mouthpiece, Ben Watson. You appear not to recognize one another before the others. Wait for a chance to talk privately. But that chance doesn't come immediately.
The Buckhorn Hotel's okay, isn't it, Mr. Watson?
I should say so. Imagine all of us selecting the very same spot.
Yeah. Chummy. Real chummy.
Well, the storm seems to have let up.
Heck, I see nothing wrong with getting out the old sleeping bag, staying the night anyway. What do you think, Sally?
You're the boss, man.
Sure, the big boss.
But you'll be staying on a while.
Check.
How about you, Miss Evans?
Well, I'm not in a hurry, Mr. Collins.
No, I thought not. Look, let's stop the kidding, huh? All of us. Maybe we didn't figure there'd be such a crowd calls for a 5-way split now. But we're here, we're stuck with each other. What are we going to do about it?
Mr. Collin, why don't you climb down from your soapbox? Leave us alone. If we all know why we're here, you don't have to remind us.
A good suggestion, Miss Evans.
Okay. Sounds like it's time for me to take a walk.
But don't go far.
Oh, don't worry, sweetheart.
Huh. Hey, what's eating the guy? What's it all about?
I'm sure I don't know. Do you, Mr. Watson?
Haven't an idea in the world.
Oh, well, let's get some shut-eye, Sally.
I'll help you get the sleeping bag. By the way, this time you're taking the one that doesn't inflate anymore.
Oh, all right, honey.
Well, Ben?
Rather a surprise for each of us, wasn't it, Doris? Where's Frank Gentry?
Now, never mind about that. This Rick Collin could spell trouble for us.
I was thinking the same thing.
Well, I'm afraid we're going to have to get rid of him.
It won't be easy. A rugged individual, I'd say.
And there's a lot at stake.
Frank told you everything, didn't he?
He told me enough.
Mm-hmm. Enough to cost him his life.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, you're safe with me, darling.
Maybe. As long as I'm useful.
Look, what are we going to do?
Cut it.
Oh, what did you say to the Masons?
Why?
They took off in their station wagon.
Probably what you said when you made that crack about a 5-way split.
You mean they really were tourists? Just happened to drop in here?
Of course. And that split crack of yours naturally frightened them.
Matter of fact, Mr. Collin, you frighten me a little.
Oh, sorry, Miss Evans. Don't let me frighten you too much.
Oh, no. Don't worry, I won't do that.
You're not as worried about Rick anymore, are you, Doris? Ben is proving useful to you. Very useful. But Rick is dangerous, and you've got to have a plan. You want to talk it out with Ben alone. Your gaze wanders over to Rick, standing in the doorway of the hotel. Calm, relaxed, a cigarette dangling from his lips.
Weather's cleared up nice. Real nice. Wouldn't you say, Watson?
Yes, it has.
Still kind of cold in here, though. How about stirring up the fire?
Oh, of course. Not much wood left.
There's plenty around in the building. Try the back rooms. I broke up some old furniture before.
I'll need the flashlight.
Oh, it's right there on the bar. Help yourself.
Well, here you are, Mr. Watson.
Thanks.
I have to see you outside, back of the building, please.
Oh, I don't know.
How about letting me in on the secret, huh?
Well, I was just asking for a cigarette.
I'm sorry, I'm all out.
Excuse me, Miss Evans, while I get some wood.
Then I think I'll get...
If it is a smoke you want, Miss Evans, I'll be glad to oblige.
Well, thanks. But I prefer my own brand. I have some in the car.
You stroll casually down the boardwalk, and then once around the corner, you hurry along the building to the rear of the hotel. As you'd hope, Ben is there waiting for you.
Well, Doris, what have you in mind for Mr. Carlin?
Along the corridor, Ben, leading to the back door, about halfway, I noticed a trap door.
Now, go on.
It leads to the cellar, but the steps have rotted away. It's a long drop, and there's no way to get back.
I see.
You can set it up now. Then come back out here and wait. I'll take care of the rest.
It's all set, isn't it, Dora? You know exactly what you have to do. When Rick notices that Watson hasn't returned, he'll go down the corridor to investigate, and you'll be close behind to give him the necessary push at the right time. You go back to your car, pick up the cigarettes, and stroll around to the front of the hotel. Rick isn't there. You hurry forward, and then as you enter the hotel, you breathe a sigh of relief. Rick is standing by the fireplace, staring into the dying embers.
Have trouble finding your cigs?
Well, what makes you think that?
You were gone a long time.
Well, a few minutes. My. You, missed me?
Yeah. I missed you.
Trouble you for a light?
No trouble.
Thanks. Fire is getting low, isn't it?
Yeah.
Watson not back yet? What's keeping him?
Watson? Oh. He won't be back.
He what?
He's gone, sweetheart. Now that leaves just the two of us. What's the matter, baby? You disappointed?
Disappointed? About what?
Watson is leaving so suddenly?
Doesn't mean a thing.
Sure. He wasn't your type anyway. A guy like Watson just... Uh-oh. Car coming. Better douse these candles.
They went by. That's a relief.
Yeah. Glad they didn't decide to park here for the night. Might have made things awkward. Well, guess we can light up again. There we are. Look, Miss Evans, relax. You don't have a thing to worry about.
Really?
You got me figured all wrong, sweetheart. Oh, then I had you figured wrong, too, when you first showed up.
Is that so?
Yeah, I figured you didn't have the nerve, that you'd beat it first chance you got, but you didn't. So, I like a dame with nerve. Sure, you're scared, but you're still here.
That's right, Rick. I'm still here.
And I'm glad you are, because I have a deal to offer you.
A deal?
Surprise.
A little.
I've decided to cut you in.
Cut me in? On what, Rick?
Little deal is going to be dumped into our laps right out of the sky. Garando, the counterfeit plates.
I see.
And wondering how come I'm so well informed?
Kind of.
Yeah, well, I get around. See? I get around a lot, and I generally keep my eyes and ears open. It pays off. Only a month ago, I happened to be in Manila. You ever been there?
No.
Well, you liked it. I did. I hated to leave. But I just couldn't pass up a certain opportunity that came my way, so I hopped aboard a freighter for the States.
The SS Malaga, perhaps?
Oh, it's nice guess.
Meet some interesting people aboard?
Oh, very interesting, especially a guy named Frank Gentry. Sort of a shock to read in the paper that he was fished out of the bay. Who dunked him, you or Watson?
Does it make any difference?
No. No, guess it doesn't, sweetheart. So now, what about that deal I'm offering?
Well, naturally, I'm interested. I'm curious, too.
Oh, what about?
You say you want to cut me in. Why?
Let's just say because I like you.
Oh, that's sweet, Rick. But let's say there's another reason.
Sure. You were pretty close to Frank Gentry. He had a lot of good things going. You know all about him, his connections, everything.
I guess I do. Almost.
Right. Well, me, I'm sort of new in this counterfeiting racket, but you know the ropes, so I'm offering you a 50-50 split.
I can hardly refuse such an offer, can I?
Unless you want to wind up in the cellar with watches.
Cellar?
Yeah. I caught him messing around a trap door back there in the corridor while you were out getting your cigarettes. He won't bother us anymore.
Rick, listen.
Yeah. The plane and our friend Garando. Right on time. Come on.
The two of you hurry outside. See the light of a plane circle overhead and hear it land. Then the figures of two men approach, walking toward you down the main street of the old town. You know that one will be Garando with the precious plates. His companion, of course, is the pilot.
Hiya.
Hi.
I'm Hal Williams. I guess you know who my passenger is.
Yeah. Hello, Garando.
Well, I just wanted to be sure I delivered my passenger safe and sound. Now, how about my money?
Frank Gentry said 500, right?
Right.
Here.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thanks. Guess I'll be heading back now. Good night.
Good night, Williams. Well, Mr. Garando, shall we go inside?
Okay. Sure.
Have a nice trip?
Yeah, fine trip. No complaints.
You have the plates.
Sure, I got the plates. And the package here. Only I was told to turn them over to Frank Gentry.
Oh, Frank Gentry's out of the picture now. Miss Evans eliminated him. We're running the show now.
How I know that?
Because I'm telling you, Garando, I did eliminate Frank Gentry, and I wouldn't hesitate to eliminate you. Might even be better that way. I'll give you just 5 seconds to hand over those plates.
No. Put away that gun, please. Here, take them.
Well, Doris?
These are the plates, all right, Rick. The real thing, I know.
Okay. Now, as for you, Garando...
No, wait. Put away your gun, too, please.
I don't like your attitude, Garando. You sound like a guy who'd kind of like to make trouble. And I don't like guys that give me trouble.
No, don't!
You've been afraid of Rick Carlin from the moment you stepped into the old Buckhorn Hotel in Morristown, hadn't you, Doris? You even thought he might kill you before the arrival of the plane, bringing the forger Garando and the counterfeit plates. But the unexpected happened. Rick had asked you to be his partner. Then when Garando arrived and turned the plates over to you, Rick had leveled the gun at the little counterfeiter. Then something even more unexpected had happened. You heard a shot, but it was Rick who crumbled to the floor. And the man who had fired the shot was standing in the doorway. Hal Williams, the airplane pilot.
You sure had me worried, Mr. Williams.
I was outside that door all the time, Garando. Heard everything.
Wait a minute. What's the idea? Is this a double cross?
The idea, lady, is that you're under arrest.
Arrest? You can't
But I
arrest.
can. I'm with the Immigration Service.
Immigration Service?
Yes. We nailed Garando and his original pilot when their plane was forced down just inside the border. We made a little deal with Garando, and I took his pilot's place.
A deal?
Yeah. We promised to go easy with him if he'd lead us to the man that wanted these counterfeit plates. Garando thought it would be Frank Gentry. But since he and I both heard you say you killed him, it looks like we found his murder as well. Wouldn't you say so, miss?
The Whistler. Listen next week when once again the United States Air Forces in Europe present The Whistler.
mysterious traveler.
This is the mysterious traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, and it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can. For tonight, we're going on the strangest journey we've taken yet. We're going down into the dark and fearsome depths of the sea to watch fate settle her accounts with the arch enemy of mankind. In a story I call Death Comes for Adolf Hitler. My story begins in the radio room of the American destroyer Spindrift, on patrol duty somewhere in the Atlantic. It is late at night. Chief radio man Mike Williams, headphones over his ears, is checking on the dozens of messages whispering through the ether. Beside Mike, his relief man, Joe Norman, is sitting back with his feet up, working a crossword puzzle and mournfully humming to himself.
Oh, show me the way to go home. All the time I want to go to bed. My little quark in my
Joe, cut it.
Huh? What is it, Mike?
Cut it, Joe, cut it. I'm getting something. You can just barely hear it.
Something hurt you?
Wait, I'm getting it stronger now. There, it's clearer. Holy cow.
Yeah, what is it?
It's a German sub. On the bottom and calling for help.
Ain't that something? Shall I notify the skipper?
No, nothing we can do. Must be hundreds of miles away. Get a pencil and put on those headphones. We'll take down the message, whatever it is.
Okay, I got a pencil here. That's the phone, isn't it? Are you kidding me? I can't hear a thing.
Of course I'm not kidding. I tell you, I had it just now, then it faded out. Wait a minute. It's coming back in again.
Hello? Hello? This is Oberleutnant Reiner. The undersea-boat Wolf. Listen to me. Anybody who may be picking up this message, please listen to me. There's nothing anybody can do to help us, but please listen anyway. Makes it easier if I can talk. Easier to face what is coming. Because we are doomed. We know it. Only yesterday afternoon, as we were cruising on the surface, recharging our batteries, we thought our mission was as good as accomplished. I was up on the conning tower with Captain Metz. With us was our passenger. Our very special passenger who called himself Herr Schmidt. Of course, that was not his name, and we all know who he was.
A beautiful day, Herr Captain. Particularly gratifying after our long submersion.
Yes, Your Excellency. Pardon me, Herr Schmidt.
But we could take no chances on surfacing until we were safely past the area of Allied patrols. Of course not, Captain Metz. We must not take the slightest risk, as long as I am aboard. I am aware of that. Do not worry. You will reach your destination safely. I estimate that tomorrow midnight we will take our contact with the South American coast, and our journey will be over. Good. Understand, Herr Captain? No word of this trip must ever be breathed to the world, or yourself, or any other member of your crew. It is understood. You may rest assured. My crew is well trained. The world must not know or guess that back in the fatherland it is a devil who rules. We have lost, but I shall yet win. It would be disloyal of me to believe anything else, Herr Schmidt. South America, I will make my plans. The world will think me dead, suicide, on the day Germany falls. But instead, I will be safely hidden, so I can direct our rebirth. Quite so. Our enemies will yet feel the might of my vengeance. I will return to lead my people to victory, however long it may take. Of course, Herr Schmidt. Lifeboat, 3 points off the starboard bow. Lifeboat, 3 points to starboard.
Pitching and tossing on the waves ahead of us was a lifeboat. It was crowded with gaunt-faced, bearded men who watched us pull alongside with hostile eyes. A dozen yards from them, Captain Metz ordered the engine to stop. And then as our passenger looked on, his cloak pulled up to conceal his face, Captain Met questioned the men in the lifeboat.
You're in the lifeboat. Who is in charge?
I am, blast your eyes.
What is your name? What ship? What cargo did you carry? What port were you cleared for?
Captain Peter Jensen of the Mountain. Now at your service. We were a relief ship carrying food and medical supplies to Greece when one of your murdering undersea dogs torpedoed us.
That is all, Captain Jensen. You may pull away now. The nearest land is 300 miles due west of you.
I will pull away. Pull, men. Let's get where we can breathe air not contaminated by this scum.
Then, just as the lifeboat started to pull away, the wind unexpectedly ripped aside the cloak that our passenger was using to conceal his face. And in the lifeboat, Captain Peter Jensen, a burly giant of a man, recognized him.
Men, stop! Stop! You see that slinking rat in the ship of a man trying to hide his face? You know who that is? Take a good look at him so you can tell your children you've seen the murderer of mankind himself. The arch-devil who really gave the orders to send our comrades to the bottom.
I fear you have been recognized, Herr Schmidt.
Stop them! Put your guns on them! Destroy their boat, Herr Commandant! No one must leave the report having seen me!
Very well, Herr Schmidt. Forward gun, prepare to fire!
Forward gun, ready to fire!
Give them 2 rounds. Forward gun, fire!
Forward gun, fire! You filthy murdering dogs! So you're going to murder us too! You there on the bridge, listen to me! Every one of us will be waiting for you when your time comes! All of us think you hounds and jackals have murdered! We'll be waiting for you, every one of us! We'll be waiting for you, and someday we'll get you! Remember that! Someday we'll get you! Ah!
They are gone? Yes, we have finished them. There will be no eyewitnesses to tell of seeing you aboard a submarine in these waters, Herr Schmidt.
It's good. Well, never know. If I had left Germany, but never guess. The whole future, the fatherland.
What is that sound? Bomber. Patrol bombers coming this way. Get below at once. We are going to submerge.
Bombs exploded but far away. Patrol planes were too late. Captain Metz gave the necessary orders while our illustrious passenger looked on, his face pale, drops of sweat on his brow.
What is our depth now, Muller? 75 feet, sir. Good. Then we should...
The bombs! They're coming closer!
Oh, they have lost us. They are bombing at random now. Yes, we are safe now. Depth, Muller. 90 feet, sir. 90 is good enough. Level her.
Level her, sir.
We will take course 180 and... Level her, I said. We are still making a 5-degree dive.
The leveling planes do not respond, sir. We are damaged! The bombs have damaged!
Impossible. Not one of those bombs was close enough to break an egg. Muller, our depth.
100 feet, sir.
Lieutenant Ryder, order half speed ahead.
Half speed ahead?
The ship's the hand operation of the diving plane.
Hand operation of the diving plane, sir.
Now level her.
Level her, sir.
Well, what's the matter?
Captain, the operating wheel. Your turn. That's all.
Diving planes must be jammed, sir.
They will not move. Not at all. Captain Metz, I demand that you rise to the surface. Something is wrong. Am I safe?
I am captain of this vessel, and I am giving the order. Very well. Our leveling planes are jammed. We will surface and clear them. Miller, depth.
120 feet.
Stop there, sir. Lower the forward ballast tank.
Lower the forward ballast tank, sir.
Now our bow is coming up. They are leveling off, sir. Hold her as she is.
Hold her as she is, sir.
Muller.
Yeah, Major.
How fast are we going up?
We are not rising at all, sir.
Not rising?
No.
With the motors off, we must be.
We should be. But we are still descending at about 20 feet a minute, Captain. Captain, I demand to know what's wrong. I order you, take me to the surface.
I am just as interested in reaching the surface as you are, Herr Schmidt. Blow the main ballast tank until we start to rise.
Blow the main ballast tank until we start to rise.
For 1 hour we struggled to reach the surface, but without success. We still continued settling to the bottom. It was unreal, unbelievable, impossible. The crew stared at each other. They dared not speak, feeling loud. Our illustrious passenger raved and ranted at Captain Mitz, screeching about his safety until Mitz ordered him to escape under pain of being dragged there. We continued with our efforts to raise the submarine to the surface until abruptly Seaman Muller cried a warning.
Captain Mitz, there are destroyers aboard.
Destroyers? 2 of them.
I just picked them up on the phone. They seem to be circling us.
Silence the motors. Stop all pumps. Destroyers, eh? Lieutenant Reiner. Yes, sir? What depth does the chart show? Depth? 50 fathoms with gravel bottom, sir. But there's a fault in the ocean bed just east of our position. A crevice, 1,000 feet deep, sir. We are safely beyond that. Muller, our depth?
200 feet, sir.
Our rate of descent?
10 feet a minute, sir.
But our main tanks are empty, sir. We should be going up, not down. Nevertheless, we are going down. And as long as we are, we will bottom and lie quiet until the destroyers leave. Then we will surface for repairs. Muller.
Yes.
What are the destroyers doing?
They seem to be still circling, sir. Perhaps they are trying to pick us up when they detect us.
We must see that they fail. Our depth?
220 feet, sir. It's almost as if...
As if what?
Nothing, sir.
Go on. As if what?
Excuse me, sir. I was going to say as if something was pulling us down.
Ah, but you thought better of saying it.
Yeah.
See that you continue to think better of such remarks. Same applies to everyone on board. Lieutenant Reiner.
Yes, sir?
We will bottom in exactly 7 minutes. Prepare to make an inspection of the ship when we do. Well, Lieutenant Reiner, I have finished the inspection, sir. And your report? Everything is in perfect order, sir. There are no leaks. The batteries are fully charged. All motors in working order. All pumps operating. Then obviously there's no reason why, when we choose to surface, we should not do so. No, sir. Muller, what about the bloodhounds who are trying to sniff us out on the surface? Those destroyers.
I have heard no propeller sound for 20 minutes, sir.
Then we will surface. Load the auxiliary tank.
Load the auxiliary tank, sir. All remaining auxiliary tanks are empty, sir.
All tanks empty? Captain, your pardon, do you hear? They have blown all our tanks and we have not risen at all. I am well aware of it, Lieutenant Reiner. You take me for an imbecile? No, sir. Of course not. It is so that it is impossible, sir. Since it is so, it must be possible. Obviously, we are stuck in a mud bottom. But the bottom here is gravel, so the chart... Yes, sir. The chart is wrong. I say it is mud, do you hear? Yes, sir. Mud, sir. So we shall have to use our motors to pull ourselves free. Signal full speed ahead. Yes, sir. Full speed ahead. They are not moving, sir. Now what is it? Why have the fools cut the motors? Excuse me, sir. Engine room reporting.
Yes. What is it?
Well, what have the idiots to say for themselves? They say the propeller is fouled. Fouled? How could it be fouled? It is impossible for it to become fouled on this bottom. Yes, sir. They say it is not entirely fouled. It will turn, but only very slowly. As if what? Well, sir, they say it turns as if something were holding it, trying to keep it from revolving. The fools. When we get back to our base, I shall court-martial every man aboard. Perhaps the propeller is tangled with some seaweed. That is all. In that case, we may be able to reverse and free it. Full speed astern. Full speed astern. Well, now what? Your pardon. The engine room reports the propeller is still foul, sir. It behaves as it did before. It turns, but as if something is holding it back. And to think that I, Hans Ludwig von Metz, thought I had the finest submarine crew in the world. A brainless pack of idiots who become stuck in the mud on the bottom and they go to pieces like old women. Now listen to me, all of you. The next man who shows... Captain Metz. Ah, Herr Schmidt. I trust you have not been lying. Everything is quite under control.
My captain, I've been hearing sounds from outside the submarine.
Sounds? What kind of sounds?
Scratching sounds, tappings on the metal. It sounds as if someone is trying to get into the submarine.
My dear Herr Schmidt, you had nothing except the noises made, perhaps by pebbles being swept against our sides by the current. That is all.
But I tell you, it sounds like hands rapping and tapping, scraping at the hull, trying to get in. Why are we staying down here on the bottom? Serve it at once, you hear me? I order you, serve it at once.
That, Your Excellency, is what I am about to do. Now, all respect, may I suggest that you return to your cabin. Your presence here may impede our efforts.
Very well, Captain. But see that you take me to the surface at once.
Have no fear. Lieutenant Reiner, perhaps you will assist Herr Schmidt to his cabin. Yes, sir. Certainly. If I may open the door for access.
Captain Metz.
Well, what is it?
Captain, we hear them too. Sounds coming from outside our hull.
I hear no sound.
Captain, I can hear them now. Quite plainly, on my detector phone. It is not possible to identify them, but they sound as if many people were climbing up our sides and...
There. Perhaps that will bring you to your senses. Listen to me, all of you. Temporarily, we are stuck in the mud. The current is sweeping debris or pebbles against us. You are all acting like children who think they see a ghost in a graveyard. In an hour, we shall be on the surface. You have my word for it. To get free from the mud, I shall fill the bow tanks, then blow them and fill the stern tanks. We shall seesaw ourselves loose. Do you all understand my scheme? Very good. Load the forward ballast tank.
Load the forward ballast tank, sir.
Captain Metz. Yes, Lieutenant Reiner? The main pumps are again operating, sir. The failure was caused by Hans Jäger. Jäger? How? He went crazy, committed suicide by grabbing the poles of the main switch. The short circuit electrocuted him, blew out the fuses. Nah, Jäger was always a fool. How the others reacted to his death? Very badly, sir. They are very nervous. Nervous, are they? Yes, sir. That scraping and scratching outside our hull has affected them, sir. It has stopped for now, but the crew says that it's just because they are planning something else. They? Who do you mean by they? The crew says, sir, that there are hundreds of men in the water outside trying to get in at us. Dead men, sir. Lieutenant Reiner, do you wish me to place you under arrest? No, sir. I'm just trying to explain the state of the mind of the crew, sir. In spite of all our efforts, they are still on the bottom, and the men are getting very jumpy, sir. I shall have to teach them a lesson they will not forget. They are taking their cue from our illustrious passenger, of course. If he had not come out here with his ranting and raving... Never mind that. He's quiet now. I gave him whiskey with a sedative in it. Your pardon, Captain. If I may make a suggestion... Well, what is it? There is one thing they have not tried. Huh? They have to try it, sir. Discharge our torpedoes. Discharge our torpedoes? A submarine without torpedoes, Lieutenant, is no more use than an airplane without wings. But we must, sir. We have 10 torpedoes aboard. 25,000 pounds of dead weight. Get rid of that, and we have to rise. We have to. I see you are beginning to share the hysteria of the crew. When we return to our base, I shall not fail to include that fact in my report. However, I accept your suggestion. Order the discharge of our torpedoes to begin at once. Yes, sir. At once.
Discharging our torpedoes. 2, 3, 4. Then the submarine moved, but not up. more as I watched the instruments, we began to move downward. 50 feet, 60 feet, we slid, as if sliding down a slope on the ocean bottom. After we had fired 6 torpedoes, we were actually 100 feet deeper than we had been. Then the firing stopped. I went forward to find out what was wrong.
It's no use. I tell you, it's no use. We are going down, down.
Yeah, what's going on here? Your man mumbling about. I did not discharge the rest of the torpedoes.
You know what is going on here, Herr Lieutenant. We have fired 6 torpedoes to lighten ship, and what has happened? We are sinking deeper.
He is right.
Yes, we are going deeper. Our planes will not stand it. We shall be crushed, drowned like rats in a trap.
We are not going deeper. We have come to a stop already. Even if we should slide a little further, we still have a margin of safety of at least 100 feet. The very fact we have moved proves we are breaking free from the mud.
No, it is not true. We are not stuck in the mud. We are not.
That man? No more of that.
No more of that. Why should I? Be quiet. We all know we are not at any much. We all know our tanks are empty and we should have been on the surface long ago. We all know why our propellers will not turn, and we all know why we cannot rise too. Because we are being held down. We are being held down by 1,000 dead men who are crawling all over us, scratching at our plates, trying to get in. They have come from all over the 7 seas just to hold us down, just to see we do not get away. Listen to them. Listen. You can hear them now. Listen.
What nonsense. Someone come to your senses. It's only our planes groaning under pressure.
That is not true. You know better. We all know better. Who dragged us down here to the bottom? Whose hands are keeping our propellers from turning? Whose bodies jammed our diving planes? Whose weight is keeping us on the bottom? The death.
Rossman, I order you to be quiet.
It is too late for orders. There is only one way we can escape. That is to give the ones outside the man they want. They want our passenger, the one who calls himself Herr Schmidt. We all know who he is, and so do they. And they have come to get him.
Rossman, you are under arrest.
Listen, all of you. Let us get this Herr Schmidt with his funny mustache. Put him in a torpedo tube and send him out to the deck, outside. Let them have him. Then they will let us go free. It is our only hope.
Hey! Rossman.
Captain Mesh.
I heard your interesting little speech just now. And this is my answer. Does anyone else want the same medicine to bring him to his senses? Enter your stations. Lieutenant Reiner, continue to discharge our torpedoes.
That was 4 hours ago. We have discharged all our torpedoes, and we are still on the bottom. Every few minutes we slip a little closer to the 1,000-foot chasm in the seabed. Very soon, inevitably, we will slip over the edge right into it. The whole submarine is filled with a great rustling and scratching, as though thousands of hands were clawing at it, tugging at it, pulling it toward that chasm. The crew truly believes that we are being slowly but surely dragged toward it by the dead. By the thousands of dead who have gathered outside, drawn here by their hatred for our passenger. A hatred which is so great even death cannot quench it. I don't know. Perhaps they are right. Certainly our passenger believes it himself. He's in the next cabin. Captain Metz has locked him in. Perhaps if I hold his microphone into which I'm speaking close to the bulkhead, you can hear him. Coming on, Metz! Do something! I order you to do something! They are outside! They're drilling in the forest to get at me! Captain, I order you to save me! I order you to! You must! You cannot let me die! Oh, that is enough. It makes an unlovely spectacle, our passenger, as death approaches. As for me, I have locked myself in the radio room here, after sending the radio man away. Though no one can save us, there is still some comfort in knowing that somewhere some human ear is hearing me. At least I do not feel so much alone down here at the bottom of the sea. Another lurch, then. It is truly as if many hands were remorselessly pulling us towards our doom. Yet, when what is hated as our lustrous passenger is hated by hundreds of millions of the living and tens of millions of the slain, then who can tell? I do not know, but I do know this. Just a moment ago, a sharp tapping came on our hull, as if someone was tapping against it with a rock. Or if you may say it was the submarine sliding over rocks on the bottom. But listen to me, and listen carefully. This is the truth. That tapping was in the international code. It was a message. A message from someone outside our submarine at a depth of 400 feet. What does it say? Another alert. Now we are sinking fast. In a moment, our hull will cave in like an eggshell. But first, I must tell you the message. I do not ask you to believe me, but the message was this. We are waiting for you, Adolf Hitler. We are waiting.
This is the mysterious traveler again. Is that the true story of the death of the world's arch enemy, Adolf Hitler? I do not know, so I cannot tell you. The man who told it to me, perhaps he was joking. You can say. You must make up your own mind. But it is interesting to think about, isn't it? Yes, very interesting. It reminds me of another strange story I heard recently. Oh, you're getting off at the next stop. I'm sorry. But perhaps we'll meet again soon. I take this same train every week at this time.
You have just heard Chapter 66 of The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. In tonight's story, Death Comes for Adolf Hitler. Tony Barrett played Lieutenant Reiner, Philip Clark played Captain Metz, and Lon Clark played Adolf Hitler. The Mysterious Traveler is written by Bob Arthur and David Cogan, and original music is played by Henry Silverne. The entire production is under the direction of Jock McGregor.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Tonight, it's the Whistler's strange story, Designed for Murder.
The trio in the railroad station cocktail lounge seemed typical of many groups awaiting the departures of their train. They were Charles Gilbert, his wife Edna, and her close friend Myrene Walker, who chatted ceaselessly, voicing her envy at not being able to join Edna on the trip. Myrene loved trains, loved desert vacation resorts. In fact, she seemed to love everything. Charles, on the other hand, seemed lost in thought or patient resignation until...
I wish you weren't so anxious to have me out of town, Charles.
Well, now, what do you mean by that?
Well, you seem very insistent.
And at a time when the business needs me so.
How do you like that, Myrene? She doesn't want to go. Thinks the jewelry business will go to pot. Thinks her husband plans a rendezvous with another woman.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Drink your drink, Edna. You too, Charles. We'll all feel better. I'd feel better if I knew why you can't go along, Charles.
I told you I'll be busy. Also, I want you to go alone. You'll rest more. And you do need it. Look at her, Myrene, not able to keep her hands still.
Doodling on the menu. And give me that pen. Oh, sorry. I'm always doodling. It's a design I was thinking of. A piece of costume jewelry.
Well, stop thinking of anything like that. And since it's going to bother you, I'll tell you exactly what I'm going to be doing, dear. It was to be a surprise.
A surprise?
Mm-hmm. We talked about a beach house, remember? On Lido Isle?
I remember talking about it.
Well, I bought one. A beautiful place. I'm having it all remodeled inside. I have to be there.
Charles, you didn't.
I did. Oh, don't be too grateful because, well, it's mostly your money.
Well, I don't care. It's the thought. Charles, I feel much better about the trip now.
You do? Well, then give me your handkerchief. Look at it, Myrene.
What? Torn to shreds by Edna.
When she's not doodling, she's tearing up her handkerchief. She's got to be doing something every minute. And she wonders why I want her to rest. My dear, you're going to relax or I'll know the reason why.
I'm sorry.
Finally, she leaves on the train, doesn't she, Charles? And you're free. You see Myrene to a cab. Hurry back to the cocktail lounge. Go directly to a corner booth and slip in beside someone who's been waiting for you. Not too patiently.
I'm sorry, Helen.
Oh, darling, I am too. Sorry that we have to practice this reception. Kiss me.
Oh, dear, we really shouldn't be here.
Here, I ordered you a drink.
I can use it. Well, at least we'll have some time together. Uninterrupted.
You're sure Edna will stay away for a while?
Mm-hmm. She's gone for a month.
It wasn't fun watching you kiss her goodbye.
Oh, I know. Well, someday.
I hope it's soon, Charlie.
Look, I'll pick you up tomorrow. We'll drive down to the place at Lido Isle. Oh, you'll love it. I've been using quite a few of your ideas in redecorating the place.
It sounds wonderful.
It is. Well, come on. I'll drive you home.
She's an exciting girl, isn't she, Charles? You have difficulty getting around to saying goodnight to Helen. And only the thought of seeing her again the next day finally makes it possible. It's quite late when you arrive back home and let yourself into the house. You're scarcely inside when...
That's odd. Who could that be? Myrene.
Yes, little Myrene. I'd like to come in, Charles. I want to talk to you.
Why, of course.
I'll come straight to the point. It wasn't a very pretty sight, Charles, seeing you kiss that girl right after bidding Edna goodbye.
Oh, why...
Go on. Make it good.
Oh, you wouldn't say anything to her about this, would you?
That depends on you. I don't suppose you've made any dates for the future with her.
Oh, certainly not.
You know, Charles, you weren't kidding when you made that remark about Edna's money. You've had it pretty easy since becoming her business manager. And now her husband.
Myrene, this girl means nothing. I swear it. I won't see her again. Look, in a few days, you and Arthur drop down to the place at Lido Isle. You'll see all that I'm doing for Edna. I'll take you around the place. We can relax, go for a swim.
I don't swim, Charles. And when my best friend's husband starts two-timing her, I don't feel like relaxing either.
Myrene, I've told you,
I heard you. And I've told you, Charles. You stay away from that girl.
In just 30 seconds, the Whistler will continue tonight's story.
Don't be half right. Use Usafi. For example,
How many amendments in our United States Constitution make up the Bill of Rights? Would you say 5? No, that's only half right. Brush up on your American government. Tell your I&E officer you want to study with the United States Armed Forces Institute, USAFI. It's easy. It's simple. If you don't want to be half right, use USAFI.
And now, back to the Whistler.
It's going badly, isn't it, Charles? Myrene knows about your girlfriend, Helen. She knows that it was more than husbandly concern that prompted you to encourage your wife, Edna, to leave town on a vacation. A rest cure for her nervousness. Myrene has always been Edna's best friend. And she'll tell her the truth if you don't do something to reassure her that you don't intend to see Helen again. You wish you could contact Helen. Prevent her from keeping her date with you the following day at the house on Lido Isle. And you're terribly nervous all the time she's there with you.
What is it, Charlie? You haven't heard anything I've said.
Oh, yes, I have, Helen. It's just, well, I'm a little jumpy.
Well, I thought with your wife out of town.
Helen, we've got to talk about that. It isn't as perfect as it seems.
Oh?
A friend of Edna's, Myrene Walker, she knows about us.
Knows what about us?
Well, not everything, of course. She thinks it's a casual thing that we're old friends, happen to run into one another. But
if she continues to see us together...
That's right. She'll go to Edna. Now, Helen, we've got to forget about it for a while.
Forget about it?
Well, you know I don't mean that exactly.
I guess not. You promised me you were going to talk to Edna. Ask for a divorce.
I know, and I intend to, but it can't be right away, Helen. I have my reasons. But right now, it's important that you leave, that we're not seen together.
Well, all right, Charlie. I won't need a second invitation.
Well, now, wait a
I've
minute.
waited long enough as it is. Quite long enough. Goodbye.
But, Helen,
Goodbye, Charles.
She's gone, isn't she, Charles? And only a few moments later, you'll hear her car start up and roar away. And you're alone. Alone in the house that you were supposed to be remodeling for your wife, Edna. And as the hours of the afternoon drag by into the night, you find yourself hating the place. And you'll always hate it. Unless somehow, soon, the house can be yours and Helen's. Just how you're going to bring that about isn't quite clear to you yet, is it? How you'll get rid of your wife, Edna. It's on your mind all the next day. And that evening, as you sit alone at the beach home, you're still thinking about it. When suddenly you're aware of a noise outside.
Myrene? Well. This is a surprise.
Hello, Charles.
Snooping around, were you?
Oh, all right. Call it that if you want.
You're wasting your time, really. I'm quite alone.
Are you?
Of course. Come on in, Myrene. I'd like to show you around the place.
Like a child caught at the cookie jar, Myrene follows you inside. She's nervous, ill at ease. Avoids your gaze as you show her about the house. And then finally, the two of you end up at the boat landing.
Well, what do you think of it, Myrene?
Well, it's very nice, Charles.
You think Edna will like it?
No, I don't. This isn't the sort of house Edna would like at all. It just doesn't suit her personality, let's say.
Really?
I'm sure there isn't a thing here that would interest her. Outside of that unusual painting in the living room.
Now, that's rather nice, isn't it? Impressionistic, I believe they call that sort of thing.
To me, it looked almost like a dragon about to devour something.
Well, Edna likes offbeat things like that. I bought it especially for her. A surprise.
Oh, really, Charles?
Just what does that mean?
May I be blunt?
Oh, please, feel free.
You didn't buy this house for Edna. When does Helen move in?
Now, see here, Myrene.
You see here. It's a glamorous place, Charles. Exciting. Should just match her baby blue eyes.
Myrene,
You're not fooling me for 1 minute. You won't fool Edna either. She's going to know all about this.
You're not going to tell her about Helen.
Edna's my best friend.
Irene, I think I've had just about enough of your meddling.
Sir Charles, you wait.
Just about enough.
You stay away from me.
I ought to wring your neck, you little snoop.
No, Charles. Charles!
As she turns and starts to run, Myrene trips. You reach out to grab her, but you're too late. And she plunges off the end of the boat landing.
Charles! Help me! Help me! I can't swim! Charles!
You stand there, staring down at her, struggling in the water. She can't swim, Charles. She'll drown if you don't help her. And you don't help her, do you, Charles? 2 hours later, you're back in your house in town, where you await the inevitable call.
Hello?
Mr. Gilbert?
Yes?
This is Frank Stanley over on East Shore, one of your neighbors.
Oh, yes, Mr. Stanley. Good morning.
Would have called you sooner, except to have the devil's own time getting hold of your phone number up there in town.
Oh, what is it? Something wrong?
Well, yeah, a woman drowned off the island last night.
What's that?
Yeah, fished her out of the water a couple hours ago. Tom Jenkins, he runs a gas station, said this woman asked directions to your place last night.
To my place?
I thought you'd probably know her. Police found her purse on your boat landing. Identified her as Myrene Walker.
Myrene? Good Lord, Myrene.
You do know her?
Yes. Yes, she's a very dear friend of my wife.
I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Gilbert.
Oh, well, this probably wouldn't have happened if I'd been out there last night. I'd planned to, but business kept me here in town. Myrene must have come out to visit us, wandered around in the dark.
Yeah, that's the way I figured, too.
Well, thank you. Thank you for calling, Mr. Stanley. I'll get in touch with my wife right away.
You smile, don't you, Charles, as you hang up the receiver? It's all over now. Myrene is dead. You could have saved her, but you didn't. You couldn't have her telling your wife about Helen, could you? Later that day, you send a wire to Edna at the resort. Inform her that you have some bad news. Ask her to return immediately. And that evening, you're back at the house on Lido Isle. As you hurry up the path, you're startled to see a light burning in the living room. Helen. Yes. She's probably paid you a surprise visit.
Good evening, Charles.
Edna.
Found the key under the mat, so I came on in. I've been waiting hours for you.
But, I don't understand. I sent the telegram only a few hours ago.
Telegram? You must have missed me. I left the resort this morning.
But why?
Here. Perhaps this will explain.
A letter?
Myrene sent it to me.
Myrene?
Yes, Myrene. She told me all about your little friend, Helen.
Oh, now, Edna, surely you don't believe
Myrene wouldn't lie.
But, Edna, listen,
You needn't bother to deny it, Charles.
But you've got to let me explain.
Let's drop the matter here and now. You see, Charles, I've thought it over very carefully. I've decided to forgive you.
Forgive me?
Yes. I'm really much more to blame for Helen than you are.
Oh, I don't understand.
Perhaps I drove you to her. I haven't been a very good wife, Charles. More than a little neglectful. Thinking too much about business and not enough about us. Our home. Our marriage.
Well, we haven't been as close in the past few years as we used to be, Edna.
I know. It's my fault. I'm willing to forget all this, Charles. But of course you must forget Helen.
Oh, of course.
Fix me a drink, will you? I could use one.
All right. I could use one myself.
Charles,
Yes?
you said something about a telegram.
Oh. Yes. Yes.
Well,
Bad news, I'm afraid. It's about Myrene.
what's happened?
Well, apparently she came out here last night while I was in town. While she was wandering around outside in the dark, she fell off the boat landing.
What?
She drowned, Edna. The police recovered her body this morning.
Myrene. Drowned?
Easy now, darling. Oh, it's a terrible shock, I know. Here, this'll help.
Oh, Charles. Charles, poor dear.
Oh, if I'd been here, I don't suppose it would have happened. At least the lights at the boat landing would have been on, and...
Wait a moment. You said you were in town.
Yes, at the house all evening.
But you weren't.
What?
You weren't at the house in town. I know, because I called you from the resort half a dozen times. There was no answer.
But I tell you, Edna,
Where were you last night? Charles, where were you when Myrene had her accident? Answer me.
Listen, Edna,
You were
I
here
wasn't...
when Myrene came. She knew about Helen, and you were afraid she'd tell me. You didn't know she'd already sent me this letter, did you? Did you?
All right, so I was here.
And Myrene's death wasn't so accidental, was it?
Wait a minute. Where are you going?
To the sheriff's office.
Edna, listen.
Let go of me, Charles.
I didn't have a thing to do with Myrene's death. You've got to believe me. It was an accident.
Let the police decide that. No. Let go, I said.
No, Edna. You're not going to the police.
Charles. Charles. Don't look at me like that. What? You... Oh.
Edna.
She's fainted, hasn't she, Charles? And looking down at Edna lying unconscious before you, a thought suddenly occurs to you. It's a way out, isn't it? A way out for you and Helen. Quickly, you pick up the folded sheet of paper, the letter Myrene wrote to Edna, and stuff it into your pocket. Then you carry Edna outside, place her in the car that she drove down, drive it into the garage. Close the garage doors, leaving the motor running. And wait. Later that same night, you drive Edna's body back to town in her car. Put it in the garage. Again, leave the motor running as you close the garage doors.
Sorry, Edna. So long.
All of us are proud of our hometowns, and rightly so. In this brief moment before we continue with our program, we'd like to offer a salute to one of our hometowns in America, Indianapolis, Indiana. Capital of the state and a great transportation center, Indianapolis' extensive trade is based on the rich territory which surrounds it. Large coal fields, tremendous deposits of building stone, and one of the richest sections of corn and wheat in the world. But perhaps one of the best-known features of the city to the world at large is the Indianapolis Speedway. It was built in 1909 as a proving ground for automobiles, and each Memorial Day, the famous 500-mile races held there. From the experience gained in this annual event have come many improvements in automobiles. Every time you used your rear vision mirror, every time you filled your tank with ethyl gasoline, every time you appreciated the comfort of your improved tires, you were giving credit to something that was first used on that speedway. Indianapolis has its famous citizens, too. Benjamin Harrison, the 23rd President of the United States, called it his hometown. So did James Whitcomb Riley, the great Hoosier poet. And it was the birthplace of General Walter Beadle Smith, Chief of Staff of the American forces in Europe during World War II. Nearly 500,000 people live in Indianapolis today, and they're proud of the part their hometown has played in the building of America.
And now, back to The Whistler.
You've carried it off very well, haven't you, Charles? The role of the worried husband, concerned over his wife's whereabouts, and your phone call to the police brings quick results. An hour later, the sheriff calls on you at the house on Lido Isle, quietly informs you of your wife's death, carbon monoxide in the garage of your home in town. You continue to play the part now of the grief-stricken husband, and inwardly you're pleased certain your performance has more than convinced the sheriff. And then...
Mr. Gilbert, you said you were alone down here last night.
Yes, that's right. I waited all night for my wife to show up.
You sure she didn't?
No, of course not. She's never set foot in this house. I bought it only a few days ago, shortly before she went on her vacation.
I see.
Why did you ask me that?
I was just looking at the painting of that dragon. Impressionistic stuff, isn't it?
Yes, that's right.
I understand your wife was always drawing. Quite a doodler.
Yeah. It was just a nervous habit, though.
I was sort of wondering about that dragon design. Looks kind of familiar.
It's an original.
Huh? Sure is different.
It was a present for my wife. She didn't even get to see it.
Yeah. Maybe you better have a look at this.
A letter?
No letter, just an envelope. It's addressed to your wife from someone named Myrene Walker. We found it in your wife's coat pocket.
Well, what about it?
Turn it over.
All right, but I don't see...
Now, I'd say that drawing was the work of a nervous doodler, wouldn't you, Mr. Gilbert? And if your wife never set foot in this house, how is it the sketch on the back of that envelope is a doodler's copy of that weird dragon painting on the wall? Well, Mr. Gilbert?
Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman as the Whistler, Lorene Tuttle, Jack Edwards, Lois Corbett, and Jack Moyles. The Whistler, directed by Gordon T. Hughes, with music by Wilbur Hatch, is written and produced by Joel Malone and transmitted overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Services. The Whistler was entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarities of names or resemblance to persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental.